Good morning. My name is Mr. Justice Barnes. I am chair of the Association of Justice and Treatment Professionals. On behalf of AJTP, I am pleased to welcome you to day 2 of the 2022 Justice and Treatment Partnerships Conference. Before we go any further, we're going to do something solemn, and we will turn to Andre Rivard for the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome to everyone. It's important for us as a committee to begin today's events by acknowledging the land that's inhabited by the Indigenous peoples from the beginning. As settlers, we're grateful for the opportunity to meet here and gather. There are generations of people that have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, they've been stewards of our lands. Particularly, we want to acknowledge the Anishinaabe, the Huron-Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, Chippewa peoples. While we meet remotely today, these lands that are home to the Métis and most recently the territory of the Mississaugas for most of us, the Credit First Nation. They're directly descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit, where most of us are gathered from remotely. I want to recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connections to the land. We recognize the contributions of the Métis, the Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples that have been made for strengthening communities, and particularly in our province and the country as a whole. And it's also important to recognize that as these contributions are made, there's historic importance for the Indigenous peoples must be clearly and connected to a collective commitment, including the promise of truth and reconciliation, to make that real in our communities. Particularly, we give recognition to the justice being sought for the lives lost in residential schools, as well as missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Thank you for this opportunity. Back to you, Your Honor. Welcome.
Thank you, Andre. Yesterday was day 1. And on day 1 of our conference, Dr. Rob Kelly discussed and explained some of the determinants of crime. He later joined Sharon Main Divine and Norma Nicholson to have a discussion that focused on family as a vehicle towards the holistic rehabilitation of persons suffering from trauma and other determinants of crime. They were followed yesterday by a presentation by Chief Brendan Cox, retired, John Vasilis of the Peel Police Service, Paul Morera of the Toronto Police Service. And these gentlemen described and discussed innovative justice and treatment partnerships in policing, which are aimed at the rehabilitation of the human spirit. The day concluded with Matt Miracle and Sam Gilchrist discussing culturally appropriate, Indigenous-focused, Indigenous-developed, and Indigenous-led mental health and addiction holistic rehabilitation programs. Now, yesterday, Jennifer Graham was the MC, and she skillfully shepherded the events yesterday, which proved to be a most informative and interesting day. The recordings from yesterday's proceedings have been recorded and will be available at justicetreatment.org in the coming days. The conference organizing committee, made up of Dennis Riley, who will be moderating later today, Deborah Carpentier, Brian Cooper, Norma Nicholson, Kim Briggs, Jennifer Graham, Andre Rivard, and also communications expert Erin Smith, as well as Mary Pagani, who has been the primary conductor of this effort, have organized another exciting day for today, day 2. It will be exciting and informative. Today, you will hear from 10 experts who will discuss 6 topics highlighting innovative and groundbreaking justice treatment partnerships which seek to achieve the holistic rehabilitation of program participants. Your day today is going to be guided by Master of Ceremonies Andre Rivard, Jennifer Graham, Mary Pagani, and Kim Briggs. The biographies of all of these persons that I have mentioned can be found on the justicetreatment.org website. Under the library icon, you click on library, you go on to annual conferences, click on 2022, and you will find the bios of the persons I've mentioned included in the conference brochure. So without further ado, I will turn matters over to Andre Rivard to take us through this morning's proceedings.
Your Honor, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to introduce our first speaker, which is David Whitesock. David Whitesock is the CEO and founder of Commonly Well. He's led innovative and entrepreneurial programs in addiction, recovery, and technology since 2004. While designing new approaches to peer coaching, he developed the Recovery Capital Index, RCI. The RCI is a scientifically validated assessment that measures recovery and overall well-being. David founded Commonly Well in 2020 to broaden the reach and impact of the Recovery Capital Index. Through Commonly Well, David also works with healthcare systems and behavioral health clinics to design and implement improved patient experiences. David's a regular speaker and advocate for addiction and mental health. He focuses his advocacy on improving well-being for fellow attorneys and reducing impaired driving. David lives and works out of Potsdam, New York, where he, his wife, and his beagle enjoy the expanse of the Adirondacks. David, welcome to our conference, and you are going to kick us off this morning. Thank you.
Wonderful, and thank you, Mary, and thank you, Justice Barnes, for getting us kicked off this morning. And I'm also grateful to Dennis Riley for the invitation to present this morning to AGTP in this conference. We're starting some work with Dennis in the state of New York, and it's going to be incredibly exciting. Off the top, some apologies. I had some travel change. I've been on the road for a bit, and so over the course of this travel, it's unfortunately lost months a bit, but it's starting to actually come back today. So just a quick acknowledgement to that I may crack in and out here or there, but I think we're going to be able to get through this. And with that, there may be some noise as I actually am in an airport. So we love technology to be able to bring us together like this, and I'm really fascinated and excited to have this conversation about how do we measure and track the well-being of the people that we serve through the justice system, and also through treatment systems. And the way that I'm going to talk about that is through a topic that I've been following now for over a decade, and the work and the science around data specific to a concept called recovery capital. Now, I do want to acknowledge right off the top that I will mention the Recovery Capital Index in this presentation. That is an instrument that I have a financial stake in. This presentation will not be about that, but about recovery capital generally, but I just want that disclosure to be known. So over the course of the next 25 minutes, I want to walk us through a few things. For many, the idea or the concept of recovery capital can be new. And so a foundation of explaining what recovery capital is, where did it come about, why did it come about, and how has it grown and evolved to today, and how is it being used today. We'll go a little bit deeper and we'll talk about how we actually measure recovery capital and how that comes from individuals whom we serve, and it's their subjective observation, which is a really important experience to gain insight into. for both that individual, but also for providers and systems that work with individuals dealing with complex economic, social, behavioral, and environmental issues. And then how do we engage this recovery capital? So as we're getting a sense of it, as we're measuring it, where do we use it, and how can we use it to meet people specifically where they are? Now, there's a lot of words on some of these slides. I did that kind of on purpose so that you can go back afterward and have access to these. But first, let me kind of tell you a little bit about me and why I care about recovery capital. Despite the way my voice sounds today, I spent more than a decade as a radio broadcaster in the Dakotas, North Dakota and South Dakota. And in the course of work, I rose to a level of prominence that had me becoming a play-by-play announcer in hockey in particular. That was my trajectory, and I had a pretty successful career for a little over a decade with a lot of great work being done behind a microphone. But throughout the course of all of that, and even prior to getting into the broadcasting arena, I never really felt comfortable in who I was, what I was, where I was. Nothing ever seemed to be right about me, and I wasn't sure what that was. All I knew was that for the early start of my life, alcohol tend to sort of shake some of that loose. But of course, we know how that turns out. It led me through multiple DUIs, going in and out of the criminal justice system, despite being a professional broadcaster. And it was in a courtroom in South Dakota where a judge was kind of going through my rap sheet, and she was looking at things like, you know, she said in open court, David, you've got family that's here supporting you. They seem to have supported you throughout this over a decade long run through addiction and a life that's just been turned upside down. You have access to financial resources. You have some education in college. You clearly had a professional career and are successful. You've got some intelligence. And she asked in open court, why are you here? And more importantly, she asked, what did we do wrong? Now, this was 2005. To hear a judge say that in a courtroom, I remember that despite the surreal experience that sentencing's. But she was really asking a very fundamental question, and we did not know at the time, is what she was laying out were all of these things that we could call recovery capital. What I didn't know at the time, I now know, is that we might call it recovery capital, but that's on the side of somebody dealing with a substance use disorder, but it could also be the very things that could be protective factors. They just weren't framed right, or I didn't understand how they could be protective factors for me at the time. Obviously, we know a lot more. Over the course of a number of years, I would be one of the first in the United States to participate in a brand new program that was starting in South Dakota, and that was twice daily breathalyzers. I'd be put on the program for 5 years. I'd get that cut in half because I had worked my way through the program. I did twice daily breathalyzers for 947 days. And throughout the course of that process, found my way going back to college. Had a professor who was a constitutional law professor, heard my story, and she said, "You've got to become a lawyer." I thought she was kind of crazy, but that I suppose was in the cards for me. And so I did go to law school. I graduated, passed the bar, and as fate and luck and fortune would have, I would be able to go back to the exact same courtroom where I was once sentenced, and the same judge, Judge Kathleen Trandle, would swear the oath of attorney for me in 2013. So I add that really, incredible story. It is incredible. I'm grateful to have experienced it and where it's taken me today. But I share that story because underneath all of what was happening there in the path to get to this particular place led me to this opportunity to try to figure out, how do we help people understand all of the things around them that can be helpful to them, to get through this process of recovery, maybe even cut addiction off at its knees, but to get to be well, maybe well faster, and help organizations, agencies, court systems, and health systems identify the things that are determining factors in a person's recovery. Now, I know that in Canada, the definition of recovery is a little bit different than we have in the United States, but they're both pretty similar. And I'm going to use the US definition for our purposes here. But this is pretty close. We share these in common, that it is a process of change, and it is a process towards helping individuals to self-direct their lives, and in the hopes that they can reach their full potential. Now, in all of that, of course, and the reason why we want to define this term recovery is because we are going to talk about this idea of recovery capital. And what this doesn't necessarily mean is that an individual is sober. Much of the way that we have measured or demonstrated success up till now has been you're either sober or you're not. We measure this in ones and zeros, and for a lot of people, that creates a lot of challenges. We do know that in order to get through a process of recovery, and even if that is an abstinence-based approach, we have to think about the person's resilience, the community in which they live, the resources that they have. Now, in Canada, we talk about a recovery-oriented process and recovery-oriented systems, as well as in the United States. And so I've highlighted the outcomes part to think about recovery capital as being an outcome. We can build that recovery capital. People can start with little to no recovery capital. They could be without a home. They could be without a job. They could be disconnected from what they think their values are or purpose. And we'll describe all of that in a moment. But when we start to put these things together in this idea of a recovery-oriented system, what I'm going to propose is that we've got to have some identifier of things that we can look at that can be measured. And recovery capital allows us to do that. So what is recovery capital? There's a lot going on here, but I will just say, for the sake of moving through the next 15 minutes, recovery capital is pretty easily defined as the internal and external resources that an individual can draw upon to move through the process of recovery, to sustain that recovery, and to achieve the life that they seek. Now, where did recovery capital start? Recovery capital started about 23, 24 years ago with a couple of gentlemen out of the University of Denver, William Cloud and Bob Granfield. And they were social scientists, social workers. They worked with a lot of individuals experiencing, in particular, alcohol use disorder or alcoholism, depending upon the time they just called it alcoholism. And what they were really curious was, why is it that some people who could go through a particular process of change, go through treatment multiple times, have very similar backgrounds, similar use files, similar resources available to them? Some will go through treatment multiple times. Others would not. Others would simply get better. And they wanted to know why. What was the difference? And what they came to find was that there were other key resources within an individual's life beyond just their social relationships or just housing or just employment. It really went deeper than that. It went to, do they have a cultural connection in the place in which they live? What are their values? Those various things, access to healthcare. And so they started to think about, when we look at these resources that are internal ourselves. So internal could be hope and beliefs and a lot of other things. External to us, again, job, et cetera. How do those things come together? And so as we've been going through the last 30 years, we have experienced this way. How do we build up a recovery movement to allow and to really get into positions where they can get better, remove some of the barriers, the hurdles, if you will, to getting well. And recovery capital can be potentially that antidote for getting us through that process. So what we need to think about, though, when we think about recovery capital, is really structure a better framework. And so when we look at that framework, we can break recovery capital down into its component parts. And so we can categorize the various elements of well-being. Now, when I started on this journey about a decade ago, I first began to speak to people like William White and Dr. David Best and a host of others in the recovery field. But what I came to learn is there was no specific breakdown like this at the time. But where we had learned more about well-being was in kind of the economics and emerging practice of happiness. And so I began to talk to a lot of the happiness experts around the country. Dr. Jeffrey Sachs at Columbia University, Mike, who is at the Happiness Research Institute in Copenhagen, a lot of time with him and his team to really figure out what does this need to be. Spent a lot of time with the folks at the Social Progress Index based out of NYU, Stern's school, to really try to understand these component parts. And the world, through the World Health Organization and the United Nations and a lot of other places, have been measuring these things sans addiction, not in a recovery context. And what I learned over the years was we just need to put it into our language, our context. So let's define these a little bit. Personal capital. What is personal capital? These are the tangible assets that an individual has access to. And you saw that list. These are things I can touch. My mental and emotional well-being really is a tangible asset to me. It may be intangible to others, but it's tangible to me. Social capital is really right at its heart is those close totality of relationships that we have immediate access to. Not necessarily acquaintances, but really our close personal friends, our close family members, even maybe close people that we work with on a day-to-day basis. And then cultural capital. Excuse me. When we think about cultural capital, we're thinking about big C community, but underneath that is really this idea of what are the core values and beliefs to me in the space that I live? Are they reflected in that place that I live? Do they align with the community norms that exist? And then what we tend to find is that tension between my cultural connection, cultural identity in a particular community, when those things are misaligned, that creates a lack of resilience and some resistance. So when we take a look at this and we skip back just a bit, there's a bigger picture that we start to look at. And that is, as we go to measure recovery capital, we are looking at it from the individual realm. If we measure 100 individuals within an organization, we can now see kind of an organizational health, if you will, of recovery capital. But then we can move that out to the community and we can start to look at postal code codes, zip codes, states or provinces. And we can say, okay, what's the community-based recovery capital that we have? And what does that mean in terms of success? Or are there deficits that we need to look at more closely and then reallocate resources to help bring up the opportunity for people to get well? So I will make the argument that a lot of times we tend to sit down with folks in recovery and want to create goals. And that's great to have goals, but in order for those goals to become reality, we have to have a system. And one thing about measuring recovery capital or looking at recovery capital, it allows you to start to build a system of change that you can engage with on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. That system of change will help individuals get to their goals. What's really important about all of this too is as we think about how do we assess recovery capital, we assess it by asking people about their experience. Social scientists have been doing this for over 80 years around the globe. The science is very clear. We can get self-reported data in a very reliable, robust way. We can bring it together with good statistical science, and we can start to bring these stories together through questionnaires and surveys and really tell great stories of change. And so I believe that when we measure recovery capital in its most robust way, we can start to share tens of millions of greater voices and start to eliminate stigma over time. So I've talked about how do we measure recovery capital. Let's go a little bit deeper into that. There are a handful of recovery capital scales that have emerged over the course of the last 15 years or so. You've maybe heard a couple of these, in particular the RECCAP that has some prominence in Canada these days, as well as maybe the BARC 10. That's the assessment of recovery capital. But these are the ones that have existed for a while, and so are being used in a lot of different places. When we start to think about those elements, and if you're a provider, or even if you're a judge, or if you're somebody on the ground working with individuals, in order to motivate change, in order to build recovery capital, we have to look at certain elements of a person and find out how are they going to engage in that particular indicator or item of recovery. And we can use practices like cognitive behavioral therapy and motivational interviewing. And when we combine those with a regulated or regular survey practice, we can begin that process of building recovery capital. And at the end of the day, recovery capital, if we're using a 10-item scale or we're using a much larger one, each of those items give us the opportunity with that person to have a dialogue that can impart internal motivation for change and help people to become better decision makers, improve their thinking practices. And so a lot of times the recovery process is challenged just simply by the fact that the brain itself isn't fully healed, and the decision-making process is kind of hampered a bit. And so we can use these survey tools, we can use these practices to really help people become better decision makers. So in the last few minutes that I've got, I want to talk about some data. What would this presentation be about if we didn't have some data to show? So we've been measuring recovery capital in Palm Beach County, Florida for the last couple of years. They have built a recovery-oriented system, and they want to have a data-driven approach, mostly to fight off the opioid epidemic that is going on down there. So we've got about 11 agencies that are active, none that are within the criminal justice system at this point down there, but across the entire continuum from detox all the way out to long-term recovery supports. Over this period from January 2020 until about September of this year, they had about 900 participants and just over 2,000 completions of the Recovery Capital Index. You can see those completions by quarter. Their completion rate. So once somebody gets the survey and they start it, 95% of the time, the survey gets completed. Full completion rates are right around 60% out to about 6 months. But what we can start to do now is we can actually start to benchmark success. How is Palm Beach County doing against the rest of the United States? And you can kind of see there are some differences where there are deficits in Palm Beach County in particular, and that's around personal capital. So those are the folks now that are taking a look at this data that have the power, that have the access to resources. They can start to reallocate these resources. When we look over time, as we're measuring recovery capital over time, we can see here's Palm Beach County. Let's take and layer over the United States. You can see there's a little bit of a depression in terms of recovery capital in that particular county. If we look at one particular agency, this is the Hub, which is a recovery community center. You can see when somebody starts to work with a recovery community center at the beginning and they stay engaged, they continuously build the recovery capital. It starts to level off here by the 5th month, but we see this growth. Now, when we look across Palm Beach County, the recovery center has greater growth than, say, does the other providers in the community, and they're better than the US. There seems to be a fall off within the US scores when we bring it into the aggregate, but they're all doing really good. And so now they can start to see they're doing better than others. They've got some resilience factors. These are the things that they can really tap into to sort of bring people up and say, you're doing really great. Let's keep working on these to make sure that they're solid foundations for you. But there are risk indicators. What are the things that might make recovery harder? And we can see what those are Now they can be targeted in those areas and access resources to help in those particular areas. Last couple of things before I'm done. We do have, and we have learned about some predictiveness around recovery capital specific to individuals coming out of jail. So we worked with a researcher, Dr. Heather Howard at Florida Atlantic University, and we looked at about 60 individuals coming out of jail. And of those individuals, when they had higher social and cultural capital to begin with, they had greater housing stability at 90 days. And when we looked at recidivism or rearrests, individuals that had low values and no access to healthcare, those individuals, it was a very high probability that they rearrested. And so we're starting to get a bit predictive in terms of what some of these elements and these items in recovery capital tell us about individuals' chances or the probability that they might return to the court system again. And so again, as we look at recovery capital, both it's a way of identifying for individuals their own resources, what they don't have, what they do have, for organizations to be able to see how can we bring greater resource to individuals and help them get better, but also globally, how do larger organizations find the resources to help populations in a very targeted way, because we now have this very continuous holistic data looking at people's own observations of the world around them. Now, if you'd like to measure your own recovery capital and take a look at it yourself, you can do that. You can go ahead and text this number, and I'll share this in the chat as well. And I'll share this again later, but you'll have a chance to go ahead and do that yourself. That's my contact info. And if you'd like to get in touch with me, you certainly can. And of course, Mary and team know how to do that. So again, thank you, Mary and Justice Barnes. I appreciate the time to share some thoughts about recovery capital today.
Thank you so much, David, for that very, very informative presentation. Lots of great information there. I'd like to remind the participants that if you have questions for David, we are moving along into the next presentation, but you can type your questions into the Q&A button. And David, if you're able to stick around for a little bit and monitor those questions and answer them in real time, that would be fantastic. Thank you. So I would like to introduce our next speakers or presenters, and that is Dr. Sarah Ellison Davies and Glenn Davies. So Sarah is a chartered psychologist and leading behavioral scientist in the addictions field. She joined the Breaking Free team in 2013, having worked previously as an academic researcher in the National Health Service and at numerous UK universities. She leads on developing the evidence base for Breaking Free digital solutions in collaboration with research scientists at leading academic institutions in the UK, US, and Canada. This currently comprises 37 peer-reviewed studies with several studies underway, including 3 clinical trials. And Mr. Glenn Davies is a chartered scientist with an academic background in criminology. He has been with the Breaking Free team since its inception in 2010, having previously acquired deep sector knowledge through a series of roles in both the delivery and commissioning of substance misuse and criminal justice services. He is highly skilled at partnership building, including at governmental level, and advising organizations on implementing our solutions in the most optimal ways. He's also played an instrumental role in the development of the Breaking Free digital interventions. So welcome, Dr. Sarah Ellison Davies and Glenn, to our conference, and we really look forward to hearing you present your research on Breaking Free. Take it away.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Mary, and thank you everyone for attending today. We're really excited to be able to present our work to you. I'm just going to share our screen. That's the end of the presentation. There we go. So hopefully you can see that now, and I'm just going to go to slideshow. Okay, so the work that we're going to be presenting today is really work that we've been conducting over the past couple of years across the United States. We've been delivering our digital CBT program for substance use disorders, Breaking Free, across lots of prisons in the state of Ohio. And this particular piece of research focuses on outcomes for those individuals across Ohio that have been using Breaking Free to address their methamphetamine use. We've been working in collaboration with our colleagues at the University of Manchester, Reform, the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. So we just wanted to acknowledge our collaborators today. So as I say, the work we'll be presenting today is around the Breaking Free programme, and we've been delivering Breaking Free across Ohio prisons during the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll tell you a little bit more about the Breaking Free programme in just a second, but what essentially this particular piece of research is really looking at is the associations between baseline criminogenic risk factors and also programme engagement with the outcomes that individuals experience when they're engaging with Breaking Free. It's worth mentioning that this is, as far as we're aware, the first study to report outcomes for US prison residents that have engaged with digital CBT for substance use disorders. This study has also recently been published in the journal Health and Justice, and it's open access. So if anybody would like to have access to the link to that, then we'd be very happy to provide that. So today we'll be giving you an introduction to Breaking Free, also discussing the links between methamphetamine use and offending, then describing how we implemented this digital program across Ohio during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then we'll describe the methodology that we've used to evaluate the programme and also provide some insights around the results that we've obtained and also a discussion.
And just to flag that Breaking Free Online is currently available to all individuals across Ontario. So we're commissioned by Ontario Health on behalf of the Ministry of Health in Ontario. So the programme is actually available to all residents. So if you want to use the programme yourself, or indeed if you have any clients that you would like to use the programme, please do so. But the actual interventions we'll be describing today is throughout our presentation focuses specifically on the program that has been adapted for the US population, but also for the version that has been adapted for the prison and jail environment. So it is quite different to the program that is currently available across Ontario. So just to give you an insight into what Breaking Free is, so it's essentially digital cognitive behavioural therapy for the treatment of substance use disorders. It also contains other proven therapeutic approaches such as relapse prevention, harm reduction, mindfulness, and also motivational enhancement. The clinical content of the programme is structured around and underpinned by the 6-domain CBT model that you can see on the slide there. We call that the lifestyle balance model. It's really based on the 5-factor model that's used very commonly in CBT, but we've just adapted it and added an additional domain of lifestyle because we know lifestyle factors are incredibly important in substance use recovery. We've been delivering Breaking Free for quite a long time now here in the UK, so it's been available across UK community services for around about 12 years. And we've also been delivering the programme in UK prisons for the past 6 years. The programme does have an extensive evidence base, so we've demonstrated its acceptability to lots of different populations of users and in different treatment environments. It has demonstrated efficacy, and in more recent years, we've also reported the mechanisms of action of the programme. So in other words, how different clinical components in the programme exert their effects. We're just going to play a short video now just to really show you what the programme looks like, and we'll just do a bit of narration over the top. So this is the baseline assessment that people complete when they first set up their account. Within the assessment are a number of psychometric measures, and people can also set their personalised recovery goals as well. When the individuals completed their assessment, they're shown their model, which is personalised. So the colour coding shows the individual the various levels of difficulty they may be facing in each of the areas of the model. We also offer harm reduction components into the programme because people in prisons tolerance is likely to have changed, and we want to mitigate risks of overdose.
And this is how people access the 12 core strategies in the programme. So if you click on any area of the model, you're able to access an information or psychoeducation strategy and also an action strategy, which we'll show you now.
And we have relapse prevention strategies that help individuals to identify how to recognise, avoid and cope with their triggers to avoid relapse. We've also included cognitive restructuring in the programme, which helps people to address the thinking errors or mind traps that might underpin their substance use. We also have mindfulness-based interventions to help people with emotional regulation so they can manage heightened emotions like stress, anxiety, frustration or anger. We also teach people about cravings and urges and how they're more intense in the early stage of detox, but if you don't give in to them, they do subside over time. And to help people manage that process, we teach them another mindfulness technique known as urge surfing.
There's also activity scheduling in the programme, which supports people to put in place activities for throughout the week that will give them a sense of enjoyment or achievement.
We have also goal setting interventions that allow people to have smart, compliant goals, so they're specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and time bound.
And I'll stop that there and just move back to the main presentation. Okay. So hopefully that's given you a feel for how the programme looks. That's probably the quickest we've ever run through that video. But I'll just hand over to Glyn now, who will discuss the links between methamphetamine use and offending.
So we're mindful that within North America, particularly, there is a high prevalence of methamphetamine use. The latest data we've been able to identify has shown that there was 1.2 million individuals that used methamphetamine within the US during 2019, and clearly that was pre-pandemic. And we know the vast majority of substance use has increased during the pandemic and has continued to as we've come out of that. So for us, we know that there is lots of problems, particularly within Ontario, around methamphetamine use. But within the US, when we started working within Ohio, we were interested to see that use within the incarcerated population is even higher. And of course, with that comes the associated unstable lifestyle and risk factors that are linked to offending behaviours for the individuals engaged with methamphetamine use. Most notably in terms of mental health, with individuals experiencing comorbid difficulties from low to moderate mental health difficulties such as anxiety and depression, all the way through to psychosis. And that other risk factors such as homelessness, financial difficulties, and interpersonal conflict are also prevalent. Now, in terms of the actual offence profile that's most commonly linked to methamphetamine use, we know that because of the compulsive nature of meth, that actually people need to fund their substance use, normally quite to the extent where people can't manage that through legal means, and therefore people often resort to acquisitive offending, sort of shoplifting, theft, robbery, or burglary in order to fund their drug use. And of course, the most prominent way that individuals their methamphetamine use is through selling to friends and acquaintances in terms of dealing. But we also know that violent crimes are also associated with methamphetamine use. The reason for the purpose of this study is because in the UK, we've got a history in terms of amphetamine sulfate, but methamphetamine is only just starting to emerge in pockets around the country. And therefore, we are keen to kind of learn and understand more about the use of breaking free and its efficacy for the treatment of methamphetamine use, predominantly because with treatment services here in the UK, there isn't any mainstream treatment intervention that's currently available. Now, as a result of the pandemic, we all have our own experiences that we can reflect on personally and professionally for when we first started to experience the pandemic. And as challenging as that was, within a prison context, it is even greater. So back in 2020, when the pandemic started, if you think about the context of a prison, often overcrowded, confined spaces, lots of people mingling, the authorities had to identify lots of different lockdown measures in order to try and limit the transmission of COVID during the time. And lots of organisations really had to sort of look at the impact in terms of their daily routine. So there was massive restrictions in terms of the routine that people were operating, particularly in terms of programming. And that really did mean that people weren't getting access to the rehabilitative practices and processes that they were used to. So for example, within Ohio, with a local survey, over 75% of respondents actually noted the disruption they were experiencing around programming, including the substance use treatment within Ohio. Particularly not just as a result of lockdown measures, but also due to staff sickness as well and limited staffing. So that resulted in a number of states actually looking to technology innovation. For example, with Massachusetts and New York State, they looked to telehealth and introducing that for the first time, particularly in terms of providing access to methadone and buprenorphine. And within Ohio, they were particularly innovative because they were aware that the residents across the 28 adult prisons and the juvenile facilities, the 3 juvenile facilities, residents had access to secure tablets, because those actually allowed individuals to access resources, particularly around education, training, employment resources. And so they introduced Breaking Free, and that enabled the population across those 31 facilities to actually get access directly to behavioural change programming through Breaking Free.
So we'll talk you through the evaluation that we've conducted recently, just to look at the outcomes from the delivery of Breaking Free across Ohio. So this is essentially a within subjects design. So what we're looking at is change over time for those individuals that use Breaking Free to address their methamphetamine use. The reason we're able to do that is because when people complete assessments in the programme, we have a back-end database that automatically collects that assessment data. So everybody completes a baseline assessment when they first start using the programme, and then every 2 weeks they're required to complete what we call a progress check assessment, where they essentially repeat the assessment they did at baseline. So we're looking at multiple things in this evaluation. First of all, we wanted to understand the baseline psychosocial criminogenic risk factors that were present amongst this group of methamphetamine users. We also wanted to look at change over time by comparing baseline and progress check assessment scores. In the assessment, we have a number of standardized psychometric measures, including the severity of dependence scale, which measures substance dependence severity. We have the patient health questionnaire 4, which is a measure of depression and anxiety. We've also included 5 items from the World Health Organization quality of life measure to look at quality of life. And then we've also got our own measure, which has published psychometric properties called the recovery progression measure. And what this measures is levels of functioning across each of the 6 areas of the model that we showed you previously. And that essentially provides a measure of global biopsychosocial functioning. So what we also wanted to do is examine whether baseline psychosocial criminogenic risk factors might be associated with outcomes for individuals engaging with Breaking Free for their methamphetamine use. But because in the back-end database, we also collect data around programme engagement in terms of which components of the programme people have completed, we also wanted to examine whether patterns of programme engagement might also be associated with outcomes. So this study reports data from 2,187 residents at Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections who engaged with Breaking Free between May 2020 and September 2021 to address their methamphetamine use. And the ODRC Human Subjects Research Review Committee provided ethical approval for the study in May 2021. So here are some of the results. In terms of participant characteristics, the largest age group was between 25 and 44 years, which is probably representative of the prison population in the US. There were twice as many men as women, but women were actually significantly overrepresented in this study. There were only 3 women's facilities that participated in this project, compared to 25, was it?
28.
28 male facilities. So you can see here, actually, even though there are more men than women, when you look at the number of facilities for men and women, women were actually significantly overrepresented. And then in terms of those baseline risk factors, although 2/3 of individuals reported that they were only using Breaking Free to address their methamphetamine use, 1/3 of individuals did report that they were using the programme to address methamphetamine use and also use of at least one other substance. When you also look at the baseline substance dependence and mental health, over 2/3 at baseline reported moderate to severe substance dependence, and between a half and 2/3 reported moderate to severe depression and anxiety.
And right across the board, we saw high rates of risk factors being reported, the kind you would expect in terms of methamphetamine, in terms of risk-taking, aggressive behaviours, paranoia, poor health, the kind that we would expect, but particularly high in terms of relationship difficulties. Now, all of these we know are criminogenic risk factors that are associated with increased likelihood of offending. And of course, all of these are associated with methamphetamine use.
Now, just looking at how people fared in terms of their outcomes, of the people that completed a baseline assessment, just over half completed at least one progress check assessment. The average number of progress check assessments completed was 4, and the average number of days between baseline and most recent progress check assessment was around 77 days, which is approximately 11 weeks. We wanted to compare those individuals that did provide progress check assessment data and those that did not. And actually we found, using their baseline data, there weren't any significant differences between those two groups of individuals, or at least we couldn't ascertain any from the data that we had available to us. But for those individuals that did provide progress check assessment data, we found significant changes in scores in terms of significant reductions in methamphetamine dependence, severity of depression and anxiety, and also significant improvements in biopsychosocial functioning and quality of life. Now, in terms of how the baseline risk factors were associated with outcomes, we did find when we ran multiple regression models. So we put all of the risk factors into a multiple regression and looked at whether cumulatively they did seem to predict outcomes for people using the program. We found that indeed that was the case. But what we also wanted to do was look at individual risk factors. And we actually found that there were specific risk factors that seemed to significantly predict scores on specific outcomes. So for example, the presence of conflict with others at baseline, when people reported that, they tended to not fare quite as well in terms of their depression and anxiety outcomes. Additionally, for those individuals that reported work and education problems at baseline, those individuals didn't fare quite as well in terms of their quality of life. And then depression and anxiety did seem to be predictive of a couple of the outcomes. So for those individuals that had moderate to severe depression and anxiety at baseline, their biopsychosocial functioning and quality of life outcomes didn't seem to be quite as good as those for those individuals that didn't have that moderate to severe depression and anxiety. And then finally, looking at program engagement. So you might remember from the video we showed you, there's 6 areas in the model that underpins the program. And behind each of these areas of the model, people can access an information or psychoeducational strategy, and then a corresponding action strategy, which were those activities that we showed you in the video. So in order to complete a component of the program, the individual has to complete both the information and the corresponding action strategy. So what we looked at here was whether component completion was predictive of outcomes. So again, we ran a multiple regression model, put all of the components into that, and then examined whether completion cumulatively of components seemed to predict outcomes. And we did find that that was the case, both for reductions in methamphetamine dependence and depression and anxiety, and also those improvements in biopsychosocial functioning and quality of life. But as with the risk factors, we wanted to determine whether completion of specific components in the programme might be associated with specific outcomes. And we did indeed find that was the case. So completion of the difficult situations component, which contains that relapse prevention strategy, for those individuals that completed that component, they tended to have better biopsychosocial functioning scores at most recent progress check assessment. And then completion of the unhelpful behaviours component, which has the activity scheduling strategy in it, which is where people put in place enjoyable activities for the coming week. For those individuals that completed that strategy, they tended to have better outcomes in terms of their substance dependence, their depression and anxiety, and also their biopsychosocial functioning. And that actually makes sense because we know from the literature that activity scheduling does really help people in terms of helping them with their mood and also their general functioning. And then finally, we found that completion of the lifestyle component, which was the component that contained that lifestyle goal strategy in terms of setting smart, compliant goals. For those individuals that completed that strategy, they tended to have better outcomes in terms of their depression and anxiety, their biopsychosocial functioning, and also their quality of life. And it's also worth mentioning that as with we've completed and published several studies over the past few years that are very much like this, looking at different populations. And what we tend to find is a dose response. So what we've published previously is that the more components of the program people complete, the better their outcomes overall. And we did in fact replicate that finding in this study with individuals using the program for methamphetamine use.
So one of the key things that we've always found with Breaking Free is that it is incredibly challenging to implement any digital intervention within a secure prison setting, having to overcome issues such as security risks, ensuring that the actual program can be delivered via the hardware and the internet structure within prisons. Trying to do that during a pandemic across the pond has been incredibly challenging, but what's been really great is to actually see the success of the implementation of the program across all 31 facilities during the pandemic. Now, it's worth noting that this particular evaluation focused specifically on methamphetamine users. However, the program was used by over 20,000 residents during that first year of the pandemic. And that means that it wasn't just methamphetamine users, but we had opiate users, crack users, people using it for prescription medications, steroids, club drugs, a plethora of different substances. So we are doing further research to look into those different populations as well. As Sarah mentioned earlier, women were overrepresented within the sample, and that has been the case not just within Ohio, but we find that there is great engagement by women, as we've seen across Ontario with the community services that we're working with. So again, we're doing research to try and understand that better as to why women are engaging with the interventions, and particularly compared to in-person services, why there's such a high uptake rate. Now, despite the high risk, the high rates of psychosocial criminogenic risk factors, what's been really pleasing is to actually see the significant reductions in substance dependence, in terms of improvements around depression and anxiety, and indeed biosocial functioning, and indeed quality of life. So the fact we're seeing improvements globally gives us real hope.
However, we did see that the presence of these risk factors were associated with less positive outcomes for individuals. But what was really encouraging was to see that that dose response was replicated, because now we have further evidence to suggest that if people are supported to engage with the programme optimally, even for those individuals that may have lots of risk factors, may have higher levels of clinical complexity, they can still experience positive outcomes from the programme. And we also found that completion of specific components of the programme might be particularly relevant to outcomes, including the difficult situations, relapse prevention strategies, the unhelpful behaviours activity scheduling strategies, and also the lifestyle strategy, which looks at setting smart, compliant lifestyle goals. And again, as we say, this also gives us further evidence to support the fact that for those individuals that might require support with engage with the programme, if we can provide that support, that can not only optimise adherence, but also outcomes as well. So we're now planning future research to look at different delivery models in correctional settings, but also longitudinal outcomes and the ongoing impact on recidivism.
And a final plea, just as we move into 2023, the work we are doing with Ontario Health and organisations across Ontario, we will be looking to further roll out the interventions across criminal justice services. So if your organisation is interested in utilising Breaking Free with your client population, please get in touch, because the programme is funded through the Ministry of Health and is available for all residents of Ontario. So with that, we will stop sharing and answer any questions you may have.
I don't see any questions in the chat, but if questions come up for people, certainly use that Q&A function, and I can forward those questions on to Sarah and Glenn at a later time.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you again so much for such an engaging presentation. You're doing phenomenal work, and I can attest personally to Breaking Free. It's been wonderful. We've rolled it out at our organization. And clients are really pleased to have access to this type of virtual support. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
And an answer to the question, yes, the slides will be available on our website afterward. Dennis, I'll queue you up.
We're ready to go, Mary. Thank you very much for that last session. Very exciting work. It's my great pleasure to introduce the session on innovative practices and treatment courts. I'm joined today by the Honorable Judge Jared Rice. Judge Rice is a presiding judge in the New Rochelle City Court. He was a public defender for 14 years, was a member of the New Rochelle City Council, where he spearheaded the first My Brother's Keeper initiative in Westchester County in New York. And this focuses on the cradle to career development of youth, particularly boys and young men of color. In October 2020, Judge Rice initiated the Opportunity Youth Part, an emerging adult justice initiative that works with defendants 16 to 24, and they use extensive community partnerships to provide workforce development, educational services, behavioral health, mentoring, housing assistance, and other key supports. And I'm very excited to have Judge Rice here with us today. Judge, I'll let you try to pull up your PowerPoint while I introduce our second panelist, Dr. Demetra Sorvasadi. Dr. Sorvasadi is an associate professor in the School of Law at the University of Nicosia, a PhD in criminology, has extensive criminal trial experience. She's been conducting research since 2017 on drug treatment courts, promoting the Canadian model in Cyprus and Greece. I don't see the doctor on my screen yet, so hopefully, Mary, you can reach out to her and get her set up, and we're going to move forward with Judge Rice. Judge, can you bring up your PowerPoint?
Yes, and thank you, Dennis, for that kind introduction. I appreciate you, everything that you do on behalf of the court system in New York, and I'm just pleased and honored to be here to discuss with all of you something that is near and dear to my heart. It's an element of criminal justice reform. It's an element of community justice. It is something that we are looking to reshape how we look things, the way we look things. And in doing so, I think it's just important to recognize the fact that although I serve in the New Rochelle City Court, we are a function of the New York State Unified Court System. We are able to look at what other states are doing. And more importantly, in the context of this conference today, we're able to look more globally, right? I think that sometimes we just take for granted that things are done the way they've always been done, and we don't necessarily look outside of our four corners, our four walls, to see what else are they doing. What are they doing in Europe, or what are they doing in Canada, or what have they been doing in for the last 300 years in other parts of the world? And I think that it's an opportunity to kind of reflect and just see where things are. So with that, I want to make sure that I do have my screen up. Everyone, you can see my screen, Dennis?
So you can see your screen. You just want to hit the little desk thing at the bottom so we can get into presentation mode, and you're ready to roll.
All right, how's that?
You're doing good. Looks great.
So far, so good. And I have about 30 minutes or so, or 29 minutes or so to
Yes,
kind
they're
of...
doing some technical troubleshooting with the doctor.
Okay.
So you've got 30 and maybe more, but hopefully the doctor will join us.
All
They're
right.
working through some technical bugs. Please begin.
I'll talk slow to get started. So the Opportunity Youth Part, it was established in 2020, October 29th, 2020, and we have a logo. We are now a designated problem-solving court effective 2022. So that's important because now we're recognized by the Unified Court System, and we are able to be a part of the Unified Court System, and we're able to also set the stage for other courts to look at what we're doing and perhaps replicate or look at ways to focus on emerging adult justice. So Dennis kind of gave a little bit of information about me. I'll just kind of expound on that. I became a judge in January 2020. Prior to that, as Dennis stated, I was a public defender. I was a public defender in the City Court of Mount Vernon. That's another court here in New York State. And I did that for several years. Part of my duties as a public defender related to a different criminal justice reform initiative, and that was called Raise the Age. At the time when I was working back in 2012, New York State was one of 2 states, that would be New York and North Carolina, that automatically criminalized the behavior of 16 to 17-year-olds. And there was a movement and there was a lot of advocacy around raising the age of criminal responsibility to 18. So in the interim, from 2012 to 2019, I was the lead attorney in the Adolescent Diversion Park, and we called it ADP. ADP essentially worked with 16 and 17-year-olds who were in the criminal justice system. And today, in 2022, it's hard to believe that a short while ago, we had young people age 16, age 17, they could be arrested for something as minor as shoplifting. And we would incarcerate them with older people. We would put them in the holding cell with older people. We would treat them as if they were adults. And we all know that at age 16, you are not an adult. And we all know that just by use of common sense. And you know that from the brain science as well. And fortunately, New York State enacted raise the age. So from 2012 to 2019, I was the attorney in the Adolescent Diversion Park. We worked with the school districts, particularly the Mount Vernon School District. And at the age of 16, 17, you are still technically a minor. You still are under the auspices of your school or your family. So we worked with the families, we worked with the schools, we worked with social service providers. It wasn't as much with the job or vocational aspect because they were still young and still feeling and finding their ways, but it was a good precursor to what I'm doing today with the Opportunity Youth Park. Also, as a New Rochelle City Council representative, I did that from 2011 to 2019. I was deeply ingrained in the community at the grassroots level. And one of the initiatives that we started was My Brother's Keeper New Rochelle. Then President Barack Obama, at the time in 2014, he initiated a challenge for communities. New Rochelle became the first community to accept that challenge. And in doing so, we looked at different milestones and we looked at different levels of performance outcomes. And in looking at the data, it became clear and apparent that locally in New Rochelle, as well as nationally, which was the presenting data, that we had a problem with our boys and young men of color. They were not faring as well as their counterparts. And we looked at different markers. We looked at milestone 1, which was getting ready for school, being ready and prepared for school. We looked at milestone 2, which was reading at grade level by 3rd grade. That's a huge indicator because no longer at that point, at 3rd grade and after, are you learning to read, but you're reading to learn. And if you're behind at that point, the studies show that life just becomes more difficult, academics and schools becomes more difficult. And that leads one to, well, we have milestone 3, graduating from high school on time. If you're not able to graduate high school in today's world, in today's economy, you're at a disadvantage and it makes things that much more difficult. So we want to make sure that you're entering school ready to learn, you're reading at grade level by 3rd grade, and that you are graduating high school on time afterwards. We want to make sure that you are able to access one of 2 things, either post-secondary education or the ability to receive vocational training. We know that after high school, college is not for everyone, and we don't want to promote that for everyone, but we still want you to be able to have marketable skills and be able to grow and gain from your experiences and be able to be someone who can offer something to somebody in some field of employment. Thereafter, we want to make sure that you obtain employment, whether that's from graduating from college, whether that is graduating from high school. And the last milestone, which is the one which ties into the work that we do with Opportunity Youth Park, is one of second chances and being safe. We want individuals to be able to walk freely in their communities without looking over their shoulder. We want them to feel safe and feel loved. And again, we want to offer them second chances in life. So what is OYP? The Opportunity Youth Park, affectionately referred to as OYP, was launched in October 2020. So I became a judge in January of 2020. And if we can all go back to January 2020, those were the pre-COVID days. Those were the normal days. In January 2020, things were going well. I was in my first month of the job. I was learning. February, likewise, learning more. And then March comes, and early March, we just get hit by the pandemic. So if there's one thing to know about New Rochelle, it was that at the time of the initial pandemic, we were kind of at the epicenter of community spread. It was believed at the time that if you kind of just stayed away from New Rochelle and you didn't interact with people or talk to people or go around people in New Rochelle, that somehow we could stop the spread of COVID. But we all learned that that is not the case. That did not turn out to be true, and it became a global pandemic instantly. So what happens? The court system shuts down. We're down for a few months, and I was not able to do much but until about July or so. So from March until July, we're in shutdown mode, as much of the world is as well. And I was able to take some of the lessons that I learned from those first 2 months when we did have a sense of normalcy. And in those first 2 months, I would see young people come before me with criminal charges. And I would ask them, are you working? Are you in school? And inevitably, the answers to those were invariably no. And what we call youth who are disconnected from the services, resources in their community, we call them disconnected youth. But there's another more positive name that we refer to them as, and that's opportunity youth. So we spin it, we take a negative, we turn it to a positive, because although they are disconnected, if we can connect them, that presents an opportunity. And the term opportunity youth is one that was coined a few years ago, and we just used that and we labeled it with our opportunity youth part. So we come back to court in July or so, and we're now virtual, and we have cases still coming in, and we are at this point able to have conferencing. We are kind of running on a virtual hybrid system at this time during the summer, and I reached out to some of my colleagues and networks that we've developed through My Brother's Keeper, and we were able to identify different programs that were available to young people in our community. There was one program in particular called the Debut Day program, the Workforce Development Academy for Youth. So what I wanted to do was bring those resources to the court. I reached out to the representative from that program, and I asked him, would you be able to help these young people? He said, absolutely. And I said, would you be able to kind of come to court and to allow us to monitor their progress? He said, absolutely. So what I did initially was had service providers come into my chambers early in the morning, and we would start about 9 or so. We had the DA, we had the defense attorney, we had a service provider, and started off with one case, then it went to 2 cases, then it got to about 4 or 5. And at that point, I would have court officers knocking on my door politely saying, Judge, you know, we have a full courtroom out there, and I know that you're doing this, but we kind of have to get court started. So it was then determined that we should take our show on the road, and instead of doing early morning conferences off the calendar, we can actually create our own day, our own designated part. Now, effective October 2020, we have a Thursday afternoon calendar for the Opportunity Youth part. And at 1:30, we have a conference with all the cases. And at 2:30, we have the actual calendar. And with that, we now have moved things forward. And I know that PowerPoint says about 140 individuals have engaged, but this is old. I need to update it, and we're closer to 200 today. And that's in about 2 years. So the mission statement of the Opportunity Youth part is to connect emerging adults who are involved with the criminal justice system with the vital and necessary resources to inspire them to strive for excellence, all the while offering them second chances in life. Again, this notion of second chances is one that's important to us. It's one that's essential to the work that we do. And when we say that we want them to strive for excellence, it's something that we try to bring out of them, because we know that many of these young people, most of these young people have something special within inside them. And it's just up to us to kind of allow them to bring it out of themselves. So for me, the greatest moment that I've had and I've found in OYP, and it doesn't happen often, but it does happen, it's when you are involved with the young person and you kind of see them over time grow and trust the process more, and they are starting to feel good and better about themselves and their prospects for the future. And it's that one moment when you look into their eyes and you see that the light just turns on, and it's a life-changing moment. And to get to witness that is fascinating. And you see that they now want to do things for themselves, and they now want to be able to reach their potential in life, and they're on a mission to do so because we were able to provide them with some necessary interventions at the time when they were down and out. When you come to court in the criminal justice system, you're kind of at your low point, and we see you at your low point, and we get your charges, and we don't define these young people by their charges. We define them by the good things that they have to offer in life. So the science of late adolescence, we know that this is all revolving around brain science. We know that there are developmental differences that exist in young people, 16-24, that have a direct impact on their ability to make informed, intelligent decisions as it pertains to legal matters. So because raise the age, increase the age of responsibility to 18, we still know that the brain does not fully develop until about 25. So what about those in the 18 to 24 bracket? Do we treat them as adults? Do we not differentiate what's going on? And the thing about emerging adults in particular in this day and age is that life is just difficult. It's more difficult than it was in previous generations and previous decades. People are staying in school longer. They're waiting longer to get married, waiting longer to have children, waiting longer to buy homes. And in that process, there isn't much support for that younger age. And if you're out in the world alone, life is incredibly hard. And if you are living in an unstable living environment and you don't have the family supports, just getting through life can be almost impossible at times for many people. So what we do is recognize this, and we provide that safety net for those individuals in this age bracket who still have not figured it out yet. We know that young people in the ages of 16-24 are poised for positive learning through rehabilitation and intervention services. We see this all the time. We see that light click on. We see that when we do have court supervised, court monitored programming, we see that when they are able to benefit from that. Initially, many of the young people are resistant in the beginning, but they come to realize that this is not only beneficial for them personally, but they're also their legal case, and they get with the program and they start to actually take things more seriously. And we know that children are different from adults by the ways of their culpability and with respect to this notion of transient immaturity. Transient immaturity basically says that as you get older, you get more mature. At 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 years old, I have a 10-year-old son, I have a 13-year-old daughter, and I don't expect them to make the same decisions as adults. And I know that as they get older, they become more mature. And there's a spectrum of maturity is called transient immaturity, and the science shows that it goes pretty much up to the age of 25. So what we want to do is have our court system reflect this notion, the spectrum, and we want to treat these young people with age-appropriate resources, age-appropriate remediations. So OIP, the key features. We have participants who are assigned a judge. That would be me. I'm the presiding judge. I'm the founding judge of the Opportunity Youth part. And you still retain your other rights, right? You have your attorney. So now the attorney is standing with you. But what we did is introduce new concepts, new people to the process. So it's, in addition to your attorney, we have your case manager who's also there standing with you. I'll talk more about case management in a short while. We have independent clinical assessments. We have court design and wellness plans. We have regular check-ins. Those are court dates. We have weekly compliance reporting. We have community-based services. And the program breakdown is into 2 phases pretty much. We have phase 1 and we have phase 2. So phase 1 is when you are initially arrested, you are arraigned, and we are figuring out what to do with you from a wellness plan. We're trying to figure out your strengths and your weaknesses and areas of improvement. And also, aside from the programmatic standpoint, we are also having the district attorney's office and your defense attorney, along with the court, figure out what would be an appropriate disposition of your case. We take all types of cases in OIP. The unique thing about today in OIP is that in addition to raise the age, there was another criminal justice reform movement in New York State, and that was regarding bail reform. So in the past, judges were able to set bail on a multitude of cases, and many times people were sent to jail because they couldn't pay minimal bail amounts to get out. So what bail reform did was said for minor charges and for non-qualifying offenses, there cannot be monetary bail set. Instead, we now have non-monetary conditions, which we employ a lot with our Opportunity Youth Park. And because many people are no longer in jail, they're out in the community, we want to make sure that we have eyes on them. We want to make sure that we're working with them. We want to make sure that we are providing those necessary interventions. And because of bail reform, we are now seeing that individuals with more serious cases are not in jail during the pretrial process. So we don't discriminate in OIP. We work with anybody pretty much who is out in the community. We look for services that are out in the community. And if you are in jail, we don't have the resources to work with you, but we do monitor those individuals who are incarcerated for when they get out, because for the most part, nobody's going to be in jail forever. And when they are released, they'll be right back in our community. So we look to have transitional phases for individuals. Phase 2 is when you enter OIP, you get your legal outcome. Sometimes it's a felony reduced to a misdemeanor. Sometimes it's a misdemeanor reduced to a violation. Sometimes it's a dismissal. Sometimes it's an ACD in the German, a contemplation of dismissal, which means that after a 6 or 12-month period, the case will be dismissed. Conditional discharge, 12-month CD basically says for 12 months, you have to abide by these conditions. And what we do with OIP is we give you that 12-month period to work with OIP providers and to be someone who reports to court still throughout that period. If you're doing well, we don't have to see you as much. If you're not doing as well, we have to see you more frequently. And what we found is that this 1 year, 12-month period of your conditional discharge is a world of a difference. And we see them from 1 year to the next, and they become different people. At the expiration of the 12-month period, you graduate. We have a nice ceremony for you. We provide a gift card, we provide a certificate, and you are no longer under the auspices and jurisdiction of the New Rochelle City Court. You are free. You are about to go out and back into the community without any court monitoring. And our goal is that we can loop you back in to be someone who can be part of the solution and help some other young people who are going through similar things. Participation in OIP does not guarantee a more favorable outcome. I do want to say that the district attorney's office is the responsible agency for plea negotiations when it comes to reductions and such. So we work hand in hand with the district attorney's office. We found that over time, they have been much more willing to work with us, and we found that they have bought into the model, which is a unique and radical model in a sense, where we are not looking at these young people as criminals. We're looking at them as young people who are part of our community, and we're looking at them to be able to have second chances. And the district attorney's office has been a really good partner, and some of the dispositions, as I stated before, are conditional guilty pleas, they are conditional discharges, youthful offender adjudications, ACDs, and in some certain circumstances, we can do outright dismissals. Case management, that is one of the huge components of OIP, and that's the initial component. So what we do when you are first arrested is we find out where you live. Half of the participants live in the New Rochelle community. For the most part, most of them are in the Westchester County community, which is the county that we're in New Rochelle. And outside of that, we have many individuals who come from the Bronx and other areas in New York City, some in Long Island, some in Connecticut. So we identify your geographic location to see where we can place you. And the case manager is kind of the person who is responsible for working with your lawyer, working with all the other components of your wellness plan, working with all the other service providers. And case management is derived from social work practices. So the case managers are not necessarily social workers, but they act as quasi-youth development workers, and social work practices come into play. It's a new development in as far as criminal justice, emerging adult justice, and we are kind of at the forefront in New Rochelle. Other communities are doing as well, but we're identifying ways to take existing resources and combine those within the court process. Case management They work with workforce training, job placement, academic support, mentoring, housing, childcare, much more. And it's a full gamut of services, but I do want to mention just one in particular. It's the mentoring component. And with the mentoring component, we have identified that as what we call our special sauce. And mentoring is what it sounds as it is. It is taking an individual from our community on a one-on-one basis. We place them with a young person who is here. So in addition to the case manager who is employed by the social service agency, we have a mentor, someone who has social capital to give time to exchange with these young people. And we found that the mentors have been sometimes the person who the young person has gravitated most towards. We don't care who is the one to get the young person to do what they need to do. Sometimes it's the lawyer, sometimes it's the mentor, sometimes it's case manager, sometimes it's the behavioral health specialist. And but the mentoring component is unique to OYP, and we have about 50 mentors who've been placed so far. We have a mentor coordinator whose job is to manage the recruitment and the mentoring and the training and the placement and the oversight and all of that. So it's a complex thing that we added, but it's something that really takes us over the top and gives us more success. Other functions of case management are to provide for crisis intervention and advocacy and life coaching and the creation of the wellness plan. Behavioral health is another huge component. About half of our participants receive behavioral health. Behavioral health can mean different things. It can mean anger management. It can mean general psychotherapy. It can mean substance abuse training. We have young people who come to us with driving while intoxicated, DWI charges. We have young people who come to us with drug charges. And we found a disturbing trend as of late. The last few months, we've seen an explosion of those who have fentanyl in their system. We all know about opioid use disorders, and fentanyl is the new wave, and we're seeing that many young people are testing positive. There are different theories. One theory is that fentanyl is being just distributed in many different drugs, and that's the pills, that's the marijuana, that's the cocaine, that's the heroin, and unbeknownst to many people who are ingesting these other drugs, fentanyl is inside of it. So when they're testing positive for fentanyl, we know that it's a serious thing that we're working with. So what we do is refer individuals to one of our substance abuse facilities. And with that, we work to get them clean. It's not a lifelong process. We are with them for a short amount of time here in OYP. So the goal is to get them clean for a period of time and to allow them to have less interventions, even to finish and graduate from the substance abuse component. And we want to show them that during this time period, you were able to be clean for 6 weeks, for 9 weeks, for 12 weeks. And we want you to be able to look back at that time period and see how productive you were. We want to see all the goals that you had outlined and the progress that you were able to make, so that moving forward, if you ever relapse or fall back into a pattern substance abuse, you could always have this as a benchmark of success. And we know that substance abuse is a tricky thing to deal with, but our resources are being used as best as we can, and we know that we don't have these young people forever. So our goal is to make the biggest bang for our buck while we do have you. Anger management, again, that's a process that we have where you could go through 12 sessions, and we find that after the anger management process, these young people are able to use these tools and figure out ways to avoid conflict moving forward. We have the Center for Court Innovation, the CCI is what they're called, and they are the nonprofit arm of the court system. They are an invaluable resource. We have a person who works with us in the courthouse, and she is tasked with doing all of the court coordination. Prior to us having CCI and having this position, it was me doing all this on a daily basis. I did that for about 8 months or so. And now that we do have this court coordinator, it makes my life that much easier. I work with her on a day-to-day basis, and her job responsibilities regard introducing the participants to OYP. She's there in court when they're first there, finding opportunities, reporting weekly, which is huge, creating mitigation packets, collecting, analyzing data, and overseeing the communication and events. And the weekly reporting, it's a nice thing to have because now the DA's office can have reports on these young people. The defense attorneys can have these reports. The young people have access to their own reports, and it just tracks their progress, right, and their growth, or even lack of progress, or slip-ups, or relapses. And we have about 10 to 14 people on the calendar each week, and we have reports for all of these young people on a weekly basis. The court coordinator is responsible for that. So we have some implementation data from our 2-year anniversary. What we do on our anniversary every year is have an all-star celebration. And the all-star celebration is to highlight the successes and the progress of some of our higher performing young people. This year we had 13 all-stars. And what we did was invited the community, had some dignitaries. We had our congressperson, we had our administrative judge, we had our mayor, and we had these people come to court and congratulate them and recognize them for the efforts and encourage them to keep moving forward and to keep being positive so that they can, when they finish this process, be contributors to our community. And we have about 71 who are actively involved with OIP today. More than 30 stakeholder organizations. And again, we offer many services. Restorative justice is one service that we just start doing more with. Restorative justice basically is conflict resolution and it's mediation. And we were able to take 2 of our participants recently and take those 2 who had court cases against each other and work with them to resolve the physical conflicts they had. They had an agreement that they worked out, working with the Restorative Justice Agency that we have. And based on that agreement, a secret agreement that I'm not privy to, the DA nor the defense attorneys, they're able to work out their differences offline out of court. And we find that sometimes that's the better way to go. Restorative justice is a practice that dates back hundreds of years and centuries. And we know that in different societies, it's been done, still being done. And we want to see what else we can do on our side to look at new ways to resolve conflicts and to make our community stronger and healthier. And we've had about 29 graduates to date. We've had about 70 volunteer mentors. 96% of our individuals have been referred to case management, about half to behavioral health services, about half have received employment, vocational training, or education program. And we have, of our 71 participants, about 25 of those in the second phase of OIP. Like I said, the majority of the individuals who are in OIP are from New Rochelle, our local community. And the majority of those also are from Westchester County. 86% male, 14% female, and the age range is kind of broken down equally amongst the 2 years. And also, just want to highlight just on the racial component, it kind of fluctuates, but for the most part, we service Black and Latino males, and that's boys and young men of color, similar to what we did with My Brother's Keeper. And about 58% of the current participants are African American, another 34% Hispanic. And we see that the disparities just in who's coming to court, and we kind of are able to see and peel back some of the layers as to what they've been through, where they are in life, some of the traumas that they've been involved with. So it's a learning experience. We meet weekly with our team and we all are experts in various ways, but when we come collectively and we talk about this topic, something that we're all dedicated to, and we're providing this service as part of our life mission, we are able to then work more closely together and figure out how to make this work. And I'll leave you on this. Dennis, I know my time is up at this time, but I just want to say that moving forward, there is an opportunity that we have to work and receive funding on the preventative side. We had a focus group for our young people who are in OIP, and we asked them for takeaways. And the number one takeaway was that they did not realize that these services were available to them prior to them being arrested. And if they would have known that these services were available, they would have taken advantage of them. So now we want to do more on the preventative side to have these resources more widely available, to do a better job at connecting young people to the existing resources that we have. And even for those who are done with OIP on the aftercare side, when they're done with court, to be able to provide them the sustained opportunities to develop and grow and to be assets to the community that we all know that they can be. So that is my slideshow, Dennis. I don't know how I did on time, but I'm happy to.
Judge, actually, we have some more time because the doctor is having ongoing technical issues. And so if you don't mind, I see some applause coming in, and I'm going to encourage folks to put questions into the chat. And while those questions are coming in, I'd like to pose some questions. We've got a little bit more time, and I'm really interested in this project in the sense that it's a population that previously didn't participate in our adult drug treatment courts, often because of the charges, whether they were charges of sales activities, sometimes weapons charges, but more often because individuals had low levels of disorder development, that they didn't have, profound mental health or substance use addictions. So this is a population that had previously gone unserved in most of our courts, and now the Opportunity Youth Part is serving this population. And you talked about how they're being served. I was just wondering if you could comment on first the legal eligibility, and then we'll get into some of the other services that are providing, because I had some questions about those. But could you comment on, access to diversion, access to justice issues?
Yeah. So access to justice to me is huge, right? I wanted to make sure that what we did was inclusive, right? And I think what at times we do is don't work with the harder cases, right? Because it's just too difficult. And whether it's a harder case because of the charge, whether it's a harder case because of the individual, those are the cases that I actually prefer. I think that we as a team relish in the fact that we can change lives and that we can work with those who have been given up on, right? They're here for a reason. They've been through different situations before, whether it was through family court, whether it was through school suspension, whether it was through family instability and housing instability. And here they are with us. And this is kind of the last shot, especially when you're in the older range of this 23, 24. So for us, legal eligibility is pretty simple, right? It's if you are out on bail, if you are released in your community, if you are in a service area where we can connect you to resources, you're stuck with us. And we work with you and you can opt out, right? If you proclaim your innocence, right? Not everybody's guilty. You're presumed innocent when you come to court and when you're arrested, no matter what the charges are. You can opt for a felony hearing, a trial. You can do all that. You can opt out. But at the same time, while you are here, using non-monetary conditions, if I have to, I can ensure that I make you avail yourself to some new ideas, some new people, some new positive services, some caring adults in your life, because many times these young people do not have it figured out. So there are exceptions to what we do as far as who can come in. There are two exceptions, and we've negotiated this with the district attorney's office. We don't take on sex cases. Those are cases that the district attorney's office feels should be handled separately through special prosecutions. And also for intimate partner domestic violence cases, we don't take those as well. And the reason why we don't take intimate partner domestic violence is that we have a special court, integrated domestic violence court, that sits in White Plains in the county court level. And we take those cases, and those cases are referred there, where there's a different treatment plan and a different prosecution team and a different judge that just handles all these cases. So I did make a recent inquiry as to whether or not we can keep some of those domestic violence cases, because we do see some intersections, right? Just with the DV component, also just being disconnected and having holes and gaps in your life plans. But at this time, we're going to keep those cases in the integrated domestic violence court in White Plains. And again, if you're incarcerated, there's not much we can do with you, although we do know that young people are being transitioned to be released. And I do my best to work with them at that point and to connect them with the services that we can have for them. If you're going to be released on probation, we have something new with the probation department where we work with them, and I can in some instances make a condition of your probation that you keep coming back to OIP at least for a year. And we know that probation isn't the easiest thing for people to succeed on sometimes, and there are technical violations, and probation officers have a job to do, and they hold you to a higher standard than you used to being held to. So we find that when you're in OIP and on probation, and we have that relationship with the probation department and individual officers, that it makes your time on probation easier, and we look to get you going during that first year.
I'm going to again encourage people to put questions in the chat, but I have tons of questions for Judge Rice. So if you don't have to jump on the bench, I'd like to pose a couple of those to you now, Judge.
I'm all yours.
I'd like to switch track a little bit and just talk a little bit about your perspective of the role of the judge in engaging with community resources. I'm aware that the mentors that you've engaged, many of them have been outright engagement by yourself and engaging with the community. You previously sat on the city council. Can you talk a little bit about the role of the judge and really getting in there and engaging with your community, having stakeholder meetings, getting these people to come to the recognition events? Can you talk a little bit about the role of the court in that regard?
Yeah, definitely. So as I stated before, my background based in community as a New Rochelle City Council person. Also, I had that unique experience in working in the specialty court with the adolescent diversion part. And I do also want to mention something important just about me. My mother was a city court judge as well. She actually was a city court judge for many years, and I replaced her. So I have her as somebody who I could always lean on and talk to and understand how the role of a judge works, how it can work. And I was able to kind of come in with a different lens, a community-based lens. And I see that there are different courts that do different things. There's the Red Hook model, right? And there are other ways to look at ways to involve the community more. And I wanted to come in as a judge and really set the stage that this city court should be a community court. And we should be able to have that interplay between the community and the court, because it only benefits all of us. It's a win-win situation for all of us. So the mentoring component is something that comes from that. And these are just individuals who are known to the community, known to myself, and they want to give back. Many people say, how could I get involved, right? With the George Floyd killing, that led off a firestorm of reforms all across the board. And it looked at ways for institutions to take a deep look inside themselves and see what they could be doing better, right? So I was just in the right time at the right place. We were during this transition period with COVID and virtual programming and courts, and then George Floyd came. And from that, I was able to take advantage of a situation where I knew that change was necessary, and I knew that people were ready for change. Would I have been able to do this 3 years ago? Maybe not, but the time was right. And I've had huge support from up above, from Judge Mendelson, the Office of Justice Initiatives. It's funny, when I first got started and I just had this idea, we were working with the providers and we didn't yet have the Thursday court in October. And I was explaining to her what we're doing. And she said, oh yeah, that's emerging adult justice. And I'm like, yes, emerging adult justice. That's exactly what this is. And why didn't I think of that? But there is a science to this. And I was able to have her backing. I was able to have the backing of my administrative judge at the time, Judge Kathy Davidson. And we were able to push this forward. And I think that people in the community did know me. They did trust me. I did have contact with the New Rochelle City Hall, and we wanted to make that connection as well with the other branch of government, right? We wanted to have the judicial branch and the legislative branch and executive branch kind of work together alongside for what we all know is a problem and this issue in our society that we can do better on. So it's just multiple collaborations, trust in each other, and a desire just to do good and to help people with pure hearts, and to know that some of us are more fortunate than others. And that's the reason why we are where we are in certain places. And if we kind of share some of that social capital, it makes our community a better, stronger place.
Judge, I just popped into the chat a link, not a link, but the title of the publication from Columbia Justice Lab on key elements of specialized courts for emerging adults at eajustice.org. I think that would be helpful for folks to look at when you're looking at some of the critical elements. But I'm not seeing a ton of questions. I would like to continue to ask you a couple because I'm really curious about some of the lessons learned for you.
Yeah, so I'll
You
just
know,
jump in just on the Columbia Justice Lab. One of the agencies that was referred to me by Judge Medicine was the Columbia Justice Lab, and I was able to look at what they have already started, right? And they had case studies for different courts throughout the country, Chicago and California, and one in Brooklyn. And working with Columbia Justice Lab, they were able to provide that background science for me. And also they were able to provide an intern for me to get me started. So in those first months when I did not have a court coordinator, it became tedious and burdensome. I'm doing all the data, I'm doing the reporting, and I'm just doing my best. But I had an intern, fortunately, from Columbia Justice Lab, who was able to work alongside me, and that led us to getting a funded position through with CCI. And again, that funded position, right? We don't have funds necessarily to do this, but it was a local foundation, the Westchester Community Foundation, that saw what we were doing and recommended that we can utilize the services of a court coordinator. So we do have a grant for that. How to make this sustainable, that's a discussion that we're having today. This is now year 3. And I think that we have a proven model that can work not only here in other places. And it may just be that the court system may want to look at maybe more investment along these areas, right? So that's a discussion that we're having. And I'm sorry, I cut you up, but I just wanted to comment on the Columbia
no, and
Justice.
also taking the model to scale. Got to identify, what is the model? What are some of the lessons learned? I wanted to ask you maybe about, some of the youth experiences and what made them successful. Hear a little bit about the youth, whether it was, a training and certification program that made the difference for them, engagement with a mentor.
Yeah.
Can you just give us a little insight as what's working?
Yeah, so what's working? That's a great question, because a lot is working, right? And every case, every success story is unique in and of itself, right? So for one person, it may just be that mentor who was able to motivate them and push them. For another person, it could just be me, and the fact that you have a judge who cares about you, who appears to be fair and provides a loving environment in the court. And that right there is enough for you to say, you know what, I want to do different, and people believe in me, and I want to believe in myself, and I want you to believe that I do believe in myself. Sometimes it could be the lawyer, right, who goes over and beyond, right? These lawyers that we have 2 attorneys who are specialized and work with OIP now. And these lawyers are more than lawyers. They are advocates, they are friends, they are mentors, they're quasi case managers at times, they're behavioral health specialists at times. And it could be the lawyer who is the person. I have one story where a young man who was addicted to opioids, and he had a scholarship to Binghamton University, and it was our job to get him to college. And we were able to get him to go to inpatient. We were able to get him clean, and it was the attorney who was the one who was the deciding factor, and doing all the background work, working with his family, working with motivating him. And we found that it just became a nice thing to see that everybody is working together. We don't have egos, it's a team spirit. And I think overall, to answer your question, the thing that works is just the collaborative nature of what we do, right? And it's not often that you see different nonprofits working together day to day, right, without competing. And although they may offer similar services, they know that they're putting aside their personal funding streams and aspirations just for this one purpose of working with emerging adults here in the New Rochelle City Court. And we found that it's something that we all believe in, and we all look forward to Thursdays where we meet. It's rare that we have an off Thursday. We're going to be off Thursday, December 29th, right? It's a Christmas holiday weekend, and there's no court, and there's no court on Thanksgiving. But other than that, we're here. The show goes on. And I found that when we don't have court, we have so many cases that it just gets backlogged. So we have to have court. I don't have much vacation time, right? I don't have much nights to take off. But it's the collaborative spirit that we all have and the love that we provide to each other and to these young people.
I know that they've said about treatment courts in the past that it's less about participant accountability and more about systems accountability. That the court can serve in a convening function and bring people together, ensure that there's no gaps. You talked about a young person who is getting ready for university, but you also spoke previously about that's not for everybody. And having had the opportunity to visit you on a couple occasions, it seemed like your training and certification programs were and also a critical element. Can you talk about maybe how that's benefited some of the youth?
Definitely. So in New Rochelle, we have a lot of growth around the building and construction trades and development in general. And so what we do is we look to offer young people OSHA certification tests, the safety hazard training that you get. And with that, you get an OSHA card, and that is a nice first step just to getting you to do something more. We have other programs, Access VR, which deals with those who may have more learning disabilities. We have programs around culinary. We have, if you can think of it, we can name it, and there's something out there for everybody. And I feel that because we have a system that's geared around not only the vocational component, but also importantly, the behavioral health component, right? And we know that we just can't throw you into a job. We know that we can't just throw you into a training. We have to make sure that from a behavioral health standpoint, that you're ready for that. And we're patient with that. So that's oftentimes a prelude just to the vocational component. That's been one of the secrets to our success as far as just the timing and the different agencies that we have working in all the programs that we do have today that exist today. Westchester County is a resource-rich community. And because of that, we want to be able to utilize these resources and direct them in the most appropriate ways. And using court monitoring, court supervision is a surefire way to obtain success. But there are some questions in the chat that I just noticed as well, Dennis.
Actually, I'm looking at the chat. I'm not seeing them.
I see one from Arlene Gonish Nelson. Do you see that?
Please take it. I'm gonna reopen.
Okay. It says, for those young people who may be gang involved, how do you ensure that they may be able to exit this life safely through the OYP program, as exiting gangs can be quite dangerous? That is a great question and comment, right? And we have a young person today, actually. He's on probation. He came to us with a gun charge. And this is kind of the risk of working with those who have the more serious cases. We got a call from his probation officer that he was shot at last week. And the probation officer wants him to come to court earlier. They want an ankle monitor, they want a curfew. And because of this level of communication and collaboration, we're able to work to see the red flags that are occurring and to act imminently. But to answer that specific question, there is this newer model of mentoring called credible messengers. And credible messengers are individuals who have shared life experiences. They may have been gang involved. Many times they are formerly incarcerated. And it's one thing to have a successful CEO or a doctor or a lawyer or a business person work with the young person on the mentor side and the social capital exchange. But it's another thing to have someone who has walked in those shoes. So that's something that we're looking to do more of. And the best answer I could give to that is that the credible messenger component is something that has worked in other places. We're not doing as much with that today, and we're looking to get more resources in. And credible messengering is something that we've highlighted as an immediate goal, immediate need. But there is success in that, and it's a tough situation. There's no magic silver bullet to getting people out of gangs and to changing their lifestyle. But the credible messenger is probably scientifically the best route to go at this point.
And we've been doing a lot of work on our adult treatment courts, getting persons with lived experience, whether it's experience with mental health, substance use disorders, criminal justice experience. There's an additional question here about what steps do you think it would take to bring this to scale? That's a question I often ask myself in the state of New York, but other people are asking about it in Canada. It would seem like, you really got to use that convening power of the court to pull together your community resources, identify the issues. Of course, there's a ton of databases that one can access, but really engaging also with that these individuals may not necessarily be seeking recovery, but we call them recovery-oriented systems of care. There's at this age range, they may be early in the development of mental health disorders, which may just be emerging in your late teens and early 20s, or haven't really, got a very significant substance use disorder. But I would imagine that there's significant trauma that these young men and women have faced. Have you tried to address? We talk about trauma-informed courtrooms. What does that mean for an emerging adult part?
So trauma-informed care, trauma-informed decision-making, trauma-informed courtrooms just means that the assumption is that we're not just judging them for who they are today. And we know that there's history and that we all have a past, and those past experiences have shaped us all. And when you have positive childhood experiences, then you're more prone to have more positive adult experiences. And when you have negative childhood experiences or adverse childhood experiences, whether you have parents who were incarcerated or parents who were abusing legal drugs or child abuse or homelessness, and all those things add up. And when you have that and you factor in just lack of academic success in your formative years, we get them here in court, and it's easier to understand why they're here. So we don't just assume that you are alleged to have committed a crime and that's the end of the story. We really dig deeper into that. We lift up the hood, and you're able to have your empathy kind of come out, right? And seeing that and say, man, this is rough, and what can we do to help? And that's the first reaction, the first response. But as far as building this up to scale, I think that one of the things that we did in working with the Office of Justice Initiatives, we had stakeholder meetings, and we had them initially on a monthly basis, and I think bi-monthly. And it was similar to what we did with My Brother's Keeper. With My Brother's Keeper, a requirement was before you went ahead and put together an action plan, you had to have a neighborhood convening. And that's the first step. Obviously, you need a judge who's going to take the time to do this, right? It's a commitment on that part. You need a court that's supportive. You need the clerks to be supportive of what the judge is doing. You need the district attorney's office to be willing to be a partner. You need the defense attorneys to be able to understand the differences between emerging adult justice and regular criminal justice. You need the community partners to have the resources ready to lend, willing to lend. If you don't have those community resources, then there's not much you can do on that. You need to have mentors who are willing to give back. You need to have people who are willing to buy into this model of community justice. I think we're more of a community justice outfit than a criminal justice reform outfit. And I think that we're really honing in on the needs and goals of the community. And you need to have a strong community, strong enough community to get this going. I feel that our community, New Rochelle, we're not a major city, we're a small city, about 80,000 people. And because of that, we can have a better handle on the situation. We can literally identify every single young person that comes before our court. We know them on a first last name basis. I feel with some of the larger municipalities, New York City, for example, there's not a sense of community with New York City as a whole, right? You have to kind of break it down to the geographic areas, and the court system doesn't necessarily do that as neatly as it does for the city courts, where you can break it down by New Rochelle or White Plains or Yonkers or Binghamton or Newburgh or Buffalo, right? So I feel that the community aspect is huge, and you just need somebody to kind of take the lead. And also having city government involved as well.
But you talked a little bit about resources in the community, and there's one additional question in here, and it's the fact that this individual is observing an increase in human trafficking with individuals who have a developmental disability or a mental health issue. I know that the court doesn't serve in a clinical capacity, but who do you get them to when you have these questions outstanding in your mind?
Yeah, so one thing, even with human trafficking, right, we know that young men and young women are totally different, right? And you have to have different approaches for the young ladies. We found that for the most part, the young ladies come into OIP better prepared, higher education levels, more robust employment experiences. And we found that they've been graduating at higher rates than the young men and faster than the young men. But with that being said, we found that there have been some situations with the young ladies where they've just been through enormous trauma. So we have the case managers who are able to work with them, and we find that with young ladies who with the issues, it's a woman-dominated industry with the case management and service providers as is. So we're able to connect them with someone who they can confide in, someone they can trust. A lot of that stuff doesn't get to me, right, as a judge or the court, and appropriately, right, because we don't want to put too much of the business out there. But we do work with them, and I will be high. It would be made known to me that there are some other issues, Judge, that she's working on, and I know that they're requesting some sensitivity towards that. And I know that behind the scenes that they're working with them and getting them those resources that they have. But we don't have like a human trafficking part or anything. We just know that they have issues that they're dealing with in the past and even presently. And we know it's not easy out there for many of the young ladies.
Well, Judge, we're at the top of the hour. I want to thank you for, you could probably talk about this all day long. So for some of your insights and your individual efforts in your community to support these young people, I want to thank everyone for your time. And I want to turn it back over to Mary and Jennifer to let us know next steps. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Dennis. Great talking to you.
Thank you so much, Judge. So because we've had a little bit of a technical difficulty, we're actually going to take a longer break than scheduled. So we will resume our live feed again at 11:45 when we'll be joined with another panel. So take this time, I guess, back into your schedule. I'm sure that there are things that you can do to keep yourself occupied until we see you again at 11:45. Thank you so much. Hi, Sam.
Hi there.
You ready to go again?
I sure am.
Amazing. What a great presentation yesterday. That was phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
Looking forward to hearing from you both again today. Are you bringing somebody with you?
Just Matt.
Just okay, you and Matt. Great.
We had discussed bringing a third person on, but we thought at this point we'll just do it with the two of us.
Sometimes it's just easier that way. Less coordinating. That's
Yeah.
okay. All right. Well, you're a bit early. You're on, so that's great. So no technical difficulties there. I'll just monitor to see that Matt gets on, no problem. And we'll catch you on the other side shortly.
No, miigwech.
Hey, folks.
Hey, guys. I think happy to chat, but I think everyone is able to hear us, just so you know.
Perfect.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are back. Welcome back to everyone who has been tuning in so far this morning. And I'm joined here by my good friend and colleague, Andrea Rivard. We're going to be minimally sharing the screen with these two fine gentlemen here, asking them some questions after we hear from them. But I want to take the opportunity to thank Sam Gilchrist and Matt Miracle for coming back again on day 2 of our conference. They had an excellent keynote presentation yesterday, introduced us to the programming and good work they're doing up at the Gikwadziwan Mikan. I've been practicing up on Manitoulin Island. So we've got Sam Gilchrist here. He's the executive director up on the island for this program, which is a youth mental health and addiction program. And we've got Matt Miracle, who's the director of operations. We heard about the wonderful work that they've been doing so far, and I think that we're going to hear a little bit more about processes. There's statistics and research, and then we'll get into a good discussion thereafter. So feel free, everyone, to put some questions into the Q&A function at the bottom of the screen, or you can put some questions into the chat. Either one works, and I'm sure that both Sam and Matt look forward to the questions that you have. And with that, I'll turn it over to them.
All right, Miigwech, Jennifer. Happy to be here again for day 2. Yesterday, we did get a chance to share a little bit of our presentation. We didn't get through the entire thing, so I think we're going to do a little bit of just an overview of what we looked at yesterday, really hop into some of those pieces that we missed around research and outcome measures. And really today, we were anticipating more so opportunities for engagement. And if there's any questions about land-based healing philosophies, how to work in collaboration with First Nations communities, or anything of the sorts that might help, we're really looking to support any sort of knowledge transfer that we can in terms of today's objectives for the talk. But before we hop into things, I mean, we could go through and kind of talk about everything that we said yesterday, but we want to start with the video. Again, it's just kind of a little bit easier and a little more palatable when you can kind of see it, and some of the production value that comes with it as well when you're able to almost do a visual tour. So we're going to start with a video, and then we'll hop into the second part of the presentation. And again, if there's any issues with the sound or anything like that, please let me know, and I'll see what I can do on this end.
The natural world around us can teach us many, many things. Strength, which is one of our teachings. When you've been paddling for hours and hours and your arms are burning and you want to give up, you have to dig deep. It's very visceral, it's very tangible, it's real. And once they realize they made it out on the other side okay, they have a self-realization of what they can actually accomplish. And we can carry that forward and transpose that over their addictions and the struggles they may encounter. With our participants, when they come into the program, they're often out of balance. There's no light in their eyes.
I want these participants to know that they matter and that they can get through anything.
Some of the criteria for enrolling in the program is a strong desire to be well.
It's not like a classroom-based treatment center, right? This is, you're out in the outdoors. You have a lot of time to self-reflect.
So it's very much a group dynamic in everything that we do. We've created a little community where everyone has their roles and contributions. We look at everything in creation with a certain light of respect and humility, growth for the individual, but also the community as a whole.
We're doing some really adventurous and amazing things. If you're traversing a set of rapids, you're immediately bonding with someone. You know, there's never a dull moment at Gikwadziwan.
The Seven Grandfathers is a guiding framework for our wellness journeys. And Gikwadziwan is about walking the honest road, which is living in a good way.
We have to look at the individual, and we have to find out where that individual comes from. What have they lived through? What have they seen? What have they experienced? What have they felt? That's really something that you can only unravel with time.
In the All My Relations teachings, it looks at helping self first, and once you're at your best self, then you can contribute to your family, your communities, and ultimately your nations. So we're hoping that as the principles become ingrained in the individuals, the teachings are a point of reflection for them to use as they move forward and to help them operate in a good contributive manner at all levels of relationship.
And when they graduate, the light turns on. They can use their voice, they can speak, they can share, they can listen, they can be heard.
It is really quite rewarding to see the look of someone who just completed 90 days living on the land, battling the natural elements, braving the storms, going through the fog, everything. And there's always a teachable moment in everything that we do.
Okay, miigwech. I think that's, oh, sure that's not sharing. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. Great. So yeah, that was just sort of a brief overview of the program. Now, a lot of our videos that we're sharing are summer specific programming, but just as a reminder, we are running 4-season programming throughout the year. And so we're actually working, as I mentioned yesterday, with PWL Films, who are helping us to craft some more content around some of the other seasonal programming that we do as well. But yesterday, we really focused a lot on sort of the land-based healing philosophies and looking at some of the approaches in working with individuals who are coming in and how we move a bit from that individualistic, sort of centered and oriented process to move towards community-based and collective process. And as we mentioned yesterday, it really isn't just about the organization, but also the partnerships that do support the organization, because ultimately at the end of the day, while we have a bubble of stabilization and support within Gwekwadzwin, there still is an entirely massive world that surrounds the program as well. And at a certain point, our participants are moving back into their respective communities or embedding themselves in our local communities. So I'm just going to hand the mic over to Sam, who's going to talk a little bit about some of our partnerships and how that supports the work that we do here with the organization.
Absolutely. Thanks, Matt. I was really excited. I thought we had a new partnership here today when Jennifer was going to say that we were her friends and colleagues, but then she turned it around. So we'll see how it goes from here. We do have some really key partnerships as well, though, locally with various healthcare centers, including our family health team, our Aboriginal Health Access Centers, hospitals, and community health programs. We've never tried to make the approach or the model that we were going to meet every one of our participants' needs. We wanted to make appropriate referrals, not try to duplicate services, and really just try to do a really good job at what we were here to do around the land-based mental health and addictions treatment, including aftercare and community aftercare and stabilization and following them on that spectrum. But in order to do that, we have to bring in a lot of different partners. So our family health teams will help out in a lot of different ways. We access different ones from across Manitoulin, as well as making appropriate referrals to family health teams for our participants when they go back into communities as well. But they've helped us out with a lot of different appointments, sometimes with medication, different medication requirements or injections or things like that. Additionally, they've helped out a lot when we've done different types of land-based detox as well, which we're going to talk about a little bit more further today, as well as a future endeavor. And then throughout the pandemic too, we had to, Matt mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but a lot of facilities, particularly Indigenous facilities, had to shut down for different reasons, whether their communities closed their borders. Some facilities were repurposed as COVID quarantine centers or field hospitals, things like that. So a lot of treatment options shut down. We were fortunate that we weren't constrained by HVAC or any facilities, and all we had to do was change the way we did business a little bit. So prior to the pandemic, we always had continuous intake. So as long as we had space, then we were bringing people in. And we had our reasoning for doing this as well, but at the onset of the pandemic, we had to change the way we did business. And I'll talk about this a little bit more in outcome measurement, but it really worked to our favor, and we switched to cohort style intake. And in doing so, we were able to work with our AHACs and our family health teams and our hospitals so that we would bring everyone in all at once, do all of the required testing and quarantining, and all of our amazing partners made it so that it was possible and frankly not that difficult. We had those pre-existing partnerships that we were able to call on, and we really benefited from them. In relation to funders, we have received both provincial and federal funding. Our ongoing funding, if you could just go back there, Matt, thank you. Our ongoing provincial funding is through the Ministry of Children and Community and Social Services via their Indigenous Healing and Wellness Strategy, which is a joint venture with the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care as well. So we have a partnered funding agreement in that regard. We also have received different federal money for one-time projects that have been very beneficial as well and helped us move along. And we were also, as Matt mentioned yesterday, fortunate to tap into some funding from the United Way Simcoe Muskoka and develop our community aftercare home, which provided 5 additional beds for individuals to stay in and help address Indigenous homelessness as well, and help individuals on their wellness journey. One of our big aspects around education, employment, and those partnerships is, I've worked in a lot of different places, and in aftercare, sometimes individuals, if they don't have anything to focus their time on, even though they've done really well in treatment, then they can start to stagnate or move backwards within the context of their recovery. So it was really important to us to help create opportunities for individuals, and pre-pandemic and now in this brave new world, whatever we call this, post-pandemic, we have 100% success rate of our live-in aftercare participants finding educational or vocational opportunities. And this absolutely is because of our education and employment partnerships. We have a very close partnership with our educational institute here, Kenchko Integ, who has both secondary and post-secondary and trade school options. And that's opened up a lot of doors for our participants. We have folks that have done some schooling there and then headed off to university. We've had folks head off to jobs in different mining sectors, social work, master of social work, a lot of different things. So it's really opened up a lot of doors and opportunities for individuals. And the reason why that's so important is because for the vast majority of our participants, they've had a problematic history with education, or different issues within the job field as well. For our community resources, we work with a lot of different organizations, such as cultural resources, such as the Ojibwe Cultural Foundation. So they have a lot of different things that will go on there. But we've had the opportunity to do a lot of different workshops there around mitt making, moccasin making, snowshoes, things like that. Our local justice programs through the United Chiefs and Councils of Nadeau Nising have worked very closely with us, with a lot of our participants who are involved within the justice system. So they have, Gladue writers there, different support workers that have really helped our participants along on the wellness journey, as well as their journey with justice. Our local knowledge keepers continue to play a role within our program. We do have traditional knowledge keepers within our program, but just like our program isn't an expert in everything, our knowledge keepers will be the first to admit that they don't hold every piece of traditional knowledge either. So we've been very fortunate to be able to tap into local knowledge keepers. They've played different roles within ethics advisement in research as well. So some really interesting work being done there too. Go to the next slide, Matt. Sorry, I was losing my voice. I had to get some water. So we have a few different research projects on the go right now. One of our big ones is with Dr. Nav Persaud from University of Toronto and St. Michael's Hospital, and he's a Canada Research Chair as well. And he is doing a research study on the efficacy of land-based healing. So this is kind of a broader study to help build the research basis that land-based healing works and is important. We know it, we see it anecdotally, we see it through our outcome measurements. It's sometimes seen as this new endeavor, although it's been around for ages across not just Indigenous culture, but across many cultures as well. But the research field hasn't always necessarily picked up on it. So this is a study that he's working on. He's also following up with our participants 1 year post-treatment. So this is to help illustrate that long-term effect of treatment as well. We're also involved in an outcome measurement project with Dr. Laura Mills. We talked about how we have an ongoing kind of relationship and partnership with Pine River Institute, and Dr. Laura Mills comes to us from Pine River Institute as well. Matt, are you able to open the NA-flip?
Yeah, just let me see if I can pull this up here.
Okay. So our outcome measurement project was really important too, because when we first started out, as I mentioned yesterday, we came up with these two distinct programs, one for 13 to 19-year-olds and one for 19 to 30-year-olds. And so we went with the 19 to 30-year-old project with always wanting to advocate for this 13 to 19-year-old project. So even right away, when we just got funded for our 7 Grandfathers program, which is our 19 to 30-year-old program, I started the advocacy for the younger age group as well. So, I would go to different ministries such as Ministry of Health, and they'd say, Sam, this still sounds great. It sounds like a wonderful program, but you need to illustrate to us that it's working, that what you're doing is working. So that's where our outcome measurement came in. This is our latest outcome measurement report. Our one previous to this was throughout the pandemic, obviously, and it was when we switched to the cohort model. And we saw a really strong correlation and support to that change to the cohort model in increasing our outcomes. We were concerned because we had reasons why we wanted to do continuous intake, right? We thought there'd be these amazing opportunities for peer support. There'd be individuals there that could take people under the wing, let them know, how things work and create therapeutic alliance and offering leadership roles. So when we switched to this cohort model, we were kind of tentative about it. We weren't sure how it was going to work, but it's what we had to do to keep operating through COVID. So we started to do it, and we started to see these really great outcomes. The staff were reporting back to us that they felt that it was working really well, and they were hesitant in the beginning too. And so when we really looked back on this and kind of delved into it more, it turns out that the peer leadership that was happening was mostly around how to break rules, how to get away with different things, what kind of things have been done before by past participants, and that history was kind of passed on, and the hierarchy that got created wasn't always conducive to treatment. So for us, it was kind of a matter of trial and error. And I think that speaks to our program as well, because I've worked at different places where even though something isn't working, they keep doing it. And, when you question it, the answer is, well, that's the way we do it. We're going to keep doing it that way. And that's never the way we tried to do things at Gwakwadzin. If something wasn't working, then let's try and adjust it. Let's make that best practice. Like, what is it? And really trying to look at things and flip a lot of those concepts on their head. So that's been beneficial to us. So you will note in this 2022 report that we do have some different dips. So our completion rate of 3 months of programming within our previous report was around 80%. I believe in this one, it drops to approximately 67. We attribute that to trying out our new pilot project for 30 plus. And not that there was anything wrong with that 30 plus project, but there was a couple of ideas that we were testing within that as well through that pilot project. The one concept that we wanted to test was whether our program was applicable for those age 30 plus. The answer was resoundingly yes. The other thing that we wanted to test is how big of a group could we have on the land, and it was still effective. So, we tried some different numbers, 12, that still worked. 15 still worked. There's some issues that happen. And then we went up to 20. And for us, in the work that we were doing and how we were doing it, 20 is the magic number where it didn't work, and it caused a lot of issues within the context of the treatment milieu. And essentially what we do out there is create a tiny therapeutic community. And when it got to that big, even though we had additional staff, sometimes it became a little bit unmanageable, and we ran into some different issues. And we feel that's reflected within the context of our evaluation report as well. Not to say not a lot of great work wasn't done, but we feel that's why some of our numbers dipped. Additionally, we've seen it both anecdotally and through our outcome measurement throughout the pandemic and continuing now. We see the severity of mental health and addictions issues that are coming to us being much more complex. A lot more people are coming with a lot greater suicidality, a lot more overdoses in their past, and trauma and things like that. So there's a few pieces at play there. If we could have the next page, Matt. So I won't go through absolutely everything. This is some of the stuff that we went through yesterday just around our location and who we are and what we're doing. Next page, please, Matt. But there is a few interesting things to point out, and I want to read some of our participant blurbs here. So those little blue blurbs are pieces from participants. So one said, I learn a lot from the elders' wisdom. Another said, I feel that GWEC has given me the ability to get back to who I want to be and the opportunity to turn myself around. Another said, I've become more connected because of the program. Another said, I completed 8 certificates for trades and a carpentry intro basic and a welder's intro basic, which helped a lot within my personal development, me Gwitch. If we want to flip onto the next page as well, Matt. So we're going to talk about ongoing advocacy, but as we try to advocate for the youth program, we see a lot of information here on this page as well. That might be interesting to the work that you do within the context of justice as well, folks. So age of first use average for alcohol 14, marijuana 14, cocaine 20, meth 23, opiates 21, hallucinogens 17, fentanyl 26, non-prescribed scripts 18, over-the-counter meds 18, tranquilizers 22, barbiturates 23, ketamine 20, inhalants 17, PCP 18, nicotine 14, and methadone and Suboxone 22. So to me, that really paints a picture of a need for earlier intervention and what could be done there as well. We talked yesterday also about not everyone's goal is abstinence either. So you see 3 months post that there does still continue to be some use in the various substances. And this is if a person is reporting completely true, but of course there's always a certain level of bias or different things within the context of research. But we do see a stark reduction in the vast majority of those substances, albeit not so much for nicotine. Next page, please, Matt.
Yeah, and just going back to yesterday's infographic as well, when you're looking at the age of first use, and when you consider the age of the average age of the demographic and how much significantly younger, I believe it was 7 years, the average age of the First Nations population is. And then you pair that with some of the reduced access to services, supports in the community, isolation, et cetera, all those other sort of socioeconomic barriers we talked about, it really starts to paint the picture that it isn't just an isolated issue, but it really is a lot of these systemic disparities that are creating a lot of this. And so for us, that becomes a huge advocacy piece once we have some of these numbers that we can paint these pictures for the necessity of the program itself.
I'll just read this blurb here too, Matt. It says, I am so grateful to GWEC. I've been sober now for over 6 months. Thank you for taking a chance on me. I love you guys. I'm so thankful you came into my life. Go on to the next page. So this is an interesting infographic here too. I wish we hadn't used 3 colors of blues because it makes it difficult to explain sometimes. But in our first dark blue bar, well, maybe it's a purple navy, I'm not sure. But that's before the program. So that's when they first come in, where they're at holistically around their physical health, emotional health, mental health, spiritual health, if we're taking into consideration, the medicine wheel and those teachings there. The red bar is halfway through the program. So, there's still, lots of things that folks might be going through halfway through the program, post-acute withdrawals. They're just kind of getting settled into the program. And then they start to dive into the work that they need to do. Now, no surprise at the end of the program, they've just completed treatment. They get to take that next step in their journey. They're feeling really great. That is the highest statistic, or where they're feeling best within those 4 realms. And then the final blue bar is 3 months post-program. So, I expect to see a dip there from completion of the program. But what's really important to me is that there is a continued difference from when they came into the program, because that speaks to, is there ongoing change for people? And I think one of the big tenets of our program is around identity formation, and through that identity formation, creating resilience. We can't stop bad things from happening to people when they head back into community, but what we can work to is help individuals work on their identity, find out who they are, help create more resilient persons, so that when bad things do happen to them, that they have the tools in which to cope with those things. So, when we look at those 4 quadrants and that ongoing change, that really speaks to that as well. There's also some statistics here around suicidality. Prior to coming into our program, there is a fairly high level of suicidality throughout their lifetime. I can't see all the writing, Matt, just because there's black boxes in the way on mine. But what I will say is over half of the participants reported engaging in non-suicidal self-injury in their lives. 12% in the 3 months before the program, and 2% reported recent self-injury at the end of the program, and none indicated ongoing in self-injury 3 months after the program. So to us, when we talk about saving lives, that's one of the big statistics right there. I think if we go one more page, there's some more participant blurbs here. Yeah. So the question was, what has your greatest accomplishment been 3 months after GWEC? Sobriety, quitting smoking, training courses for mining and other tickets, connecting back with the roots of my people, developing new relationships and being confident in myself, getting in touch with the creator so I could find myself again, staying sober, being able to be on the land in ceremony for 90 days. One of the other pieces here is I benefit from the program by being brought back to my culture and the simple way of life. I am grateful. Another one here is I have gained self-confidence and self-love and have an outlook on my future. So I just wanted to sort of share some of that outcome measurement aspects with you folks, and just kind of give you an overview and highlight of it as well.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because these numbers aren't the only piece that paints the picture. It is important when we're trying to see our metrics of success and trying to see, where we're going from year to year, cohort to cohort, season to season. We can start to draw some of those understandings from the statistical observation. But one of the questions we get all the time with the program is what's the grad rate? What's the grad rate? What's success? And it's important for us that we really take a minute to start to deconstruct that notion of success, and that recovery is not meant to be a pass-fail model. It truly is a lifelong journey. It ebbs and flows. It depends on where people are in different stages of life, who they're surrounded by, what environment they're in, what their motivations are, and the ability to cope with everyday stressors. So we really, as we mentioned yesterday, it's not just coming to the program, partaking in the program, participating, graduating, and then moving on. It's about really creating that foundation and that understanding of success right from the get-go. I mentioned yesterday we did the 4-kilometer paddle right across to the camp as the first activity because it's about building success. But even before then, we start to try to create that because a lot of individuals haven't necessarily had that celebrated in their life for even the small victories. So picking up that phone, calling our admissions team, completing the application, just exploring if treatment is even the right option for them, depending on where they are in those stages of change. All of those are elements of success. And so we're doing a lot of work to really deconstruct that notion of pass fail in activities and in what we're doing, and celebrating the smaller victories that are part of those stepping stones. They are those small steps on the day-to-day journey. So that's something that we've really looked at. And again, it's not creating success as this one sort of term and understanding, but what is success relevant to the individual? So even if someone is coming in and they may not complete the program, let's say they leave at day 45, that is still a significant bout of sobriety and participation in recovery. Most people that leave the program, even if they are leaving early, we end up hearing from them within 3 to 6 months, checking in, seeing if there's other opportunities for intake, or just letting us know that they gained a lot. And a lot of the seeds that were planted through that time, they're now able to water and nurture in their own garden. So really, we're not going to always see the success too within the program, but it's about planting those seeds and ensuring that they have some more tools in their bundle as they move forward to whatever those next steps are. And 45 days of sobriety, even though, statistically that's not a graduation, that might be the longest bout of sobriety that they've had in the last 15 to 20 years. So again, you even see when we're talking with individuals, and I'm sure you see this with clients within your field as well, there can be a lot of sort of self-defeating behavior. There can be a lot of doubt. There can be a lack of confidence, and there can be a lot of hopelessness and sort of lack of belonging and lack of direction. So that's sort of one of the core tenets that we look at too, is how do we create success in whatever situation we're doing? And even in the times where we have to have those difficult conversations, those honest conversations, and they don't always lead, necessarily to a typical idea or notion of success, we always try to find the teachable moment in everything that we do, whether it's a physical activity, building therapeutic rapport, having trust, and just being involved and present in the program. So it is always that tricky balance too, because obviously with our funders and our reporting and our own evaluation measurements, we need to have those numbers, but just remember that that's only a small part of the picture, and there's so much more narrative behind those numbers where you can really grasp the kind of genuine and nuanced experience of the individual. Oh, see, we have some
yeah, we just
Q&A
have a couple of questions here, Matt. Do you want me to read them out?
Sure.
So the first question is, can an individual who completed the program doing well go back to the community and then fails? How quickly could that person be readmitted into the program again? That's really on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the person, where they're at, what they're hoping to do. you know, they might not go back out to the land. Sometimes we've had folks where they go back into the community, they realize maybe it's not a fit for them where they need to be, and they end up going into our live-in aftercare program. You know, they don't necessarily need to go back into our land-based treatment. They got what they needed out of there, but they still need that safe, supported environment, but, you know, want to do some independent work and take that next step within their recovery. So it's really on a case-by-case basis. Now that we have moved to a cohort style, though, if they were wanting to get back into land-based treatment, you know, it is a 3-month-long program. So our cohorts are essentially every 3 months. That being said, there is a cohort break, so it's more about every 4 months or so within each with each cohort. The next question. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, and I was going to say that's just really a lot about the client-centered model that we talked about yesterday, or the person-centered care. There really is, while we have this sort of sequential continuum of care, it really just depends on so many different circumstances within that individual. Are they a good fit for aftercare? Is there a referral closer to their community that we can make, and all these types of things. So it really is just, we have this umbrella framework, but everything sort of fits within it. And again, it's tricky because things can change so quickly for each participant that's out there sort of within community. So again, as Sam mentioned, it is case by case, but we do our best. If we're not able to bring them into the program, or if it's not a good fit at that time, then it's not just closing the door on them, but it's really looking at what are the appropriate sort of arm's length supports that we can still provide, whether it's engaging with community, attending another treatment. They could attend another treatment and then come to live in aftercare. Again, just very much circumstantial for the individual.
I see a comment by Sharon as well, where it says, in listening to some of the participants' comments, it's great to see how much they each mentioned about their culture and their spirituality, bringing them back to basic. I think it is a key. Absolutely. I just came from a clinical meeting this morning where we were, you know, we have ongoing training and development for our staff. And the conversation today was around trauma-informed care, but from a lens of the medicine wheel. So, you know, what are we doing mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, both for our staff and our participants as well. So it's not enough for us to just say, okay, we're doing this cultural approach, or we are trauma informed. It's really building it into that ongoing delivery of service, building it into staff training and development, making it a culture of the organization. And so that's what we try to do as well.
In a lot of my previous work experiences, you often see that they're very much mainstream programs with culture sort of sprinkled into it, but something that we try to implement to the best of our abilities, and it ebbs and flows in our ability to do it and who's able to support it internally as well. But it's about creating that foundation. So no matter what happens on top of that, we have that to fall back on. That's always our safety, and that's something that really creates the direction and the support and the pillars really for everything that we do. And as I mentioned yesterday with our 7 grandfathers, there is hardly a moment in life, a conflict, a challenge, or anything that you can't align with one of those teachings and use that as a teachable moment. And for us, because the name of the game is honesty, the expectation is that our staff role model that as much as we expect that of the participants as well.
I see another question here. What steps do you think would have to be taken to bring this to more communities, especially in Canada? We've heard that question before, like, hey, could you franchise your program? And I don't know if it would work, to be honest. You know, we don't necessarily take a pan-Indigenous approach. It's very much rooted in where we are located on Nidonasing, on Manitoulin Island, and the teaching and values that come from here. Although we're open to other folks that come here, and we include that in the program, but I think that's where some of the strength comes from, is you know, being rooted in our local area, in our local knowledge, being driven from the community, and having that board of directors of local chiefs as well. It's very, very rooted within the context of sorry, I'm just reading. Some of the questions are from the last panel, but all right, I'm answering them as if they're from here. But very much rooted within community. So, you know, the way we approach that, and we talked about this yesterday as well, is you know, some of these engagements like this, speaking to individuals, lighting that spark. You know, maybe someone here today was like, wow, this is what we need in our community, and they go back and they start to advocate for that. We're happy to work with organizations, communities, individuals that want to start programs like this. And we're working on some different things in the back end too, but it's a little too soon to announce some of those things, but some different educational opportunities. And that's something else that we've done over the course of the last couple of years through the pandemic as well, has been really delivering a lot of unique, tailored training opportunities for organizations for land-based healing and treatment and what that looks like. And it can be a lot of different things, whether it's us helping deliver you know, ORCA training for organizations, which is Matt mentioned yesterday, the certification for canoeing and kayaking, or, you know, so we did you know, a lot of training on lateral violence and things like that too. So you know, it's really just based on organizational needs as well.
Absolutely. Did we want to hop into ongoing advocacy, Sam? And then we can maybe
sure.
open up the floor.
Yeah, let's do that. So
that big black, are you seeing that sort of big text
yeah,
square
yeah,
there?
yeah. I thought it was something you were doing on your screen. It's not.
No, I don't. It just comes up on the share screen. That's okay. We'll if there's anything down there, I can speak to it.
Okay, sounds good. So ongoing advocacy, you know, we touched on this a lot already, our 4 Directions program that for 13 to 19-year-olds. And do we have the pictures in this after this, Matt, as well? Okay, so I'll show you some pictures. We had the opportunity to, we've been working on this for a long time, but you know, it was hard. We worked away, we get a little bit of funding and work a little bit more on it. And so we got the opportunity last year. I talked about how we got some federal funding. We got some funding last year to bring this to a tender ready, a shovel ready project. So we were able to do that. And from that, we got these 3D pictures as well. And so, you know, as proposals open up this year for capital dollars, we're able to make that application and be shovel ready. So, you know, it's not going to happen overnight, because even after approval, the architect tells me it'll take 2.5 years to build this building. So it won't be overnight, but still we're excited that it's got some footholds and it's got some direction. So this is our view from our exterior to entrance. So when you walk in, this is what you would see. And we worked really hard on this as well. You know, I brought the first version to our board. It had a gymnasium in it, all kinds of things. Matt had a beautiful corner office. And the chief said, you know, Sam, this is a great looking building, but I think you need to do your due diligence for the funders and pare it back down. So we're at a point now where the architect tells me if we take anything else away, it'll be walls in between offices. So we've really tried to pare it back down while also meeting the needs of our clients and the cultural aspects of the program as well. So we've got some unique pieces for that in here. Next slide, Matt. So this is the dorm. So there would be a male and a female dorm. This, you know, when I think of some of our original visits to Pine River is where there might be some similarities here as well. So there would be 4 to a room with, next slide, with, oh, sorry, we'll get into the dorms in a second. This is the backside, and we've got a space for Sacred Fire there as well. Next slide. This is just coming in the main entrance. Apparently I put these in here in no order or didn't matter. So off to the left here is space for visiting physicians or any community workers. We've got our safe and secure entrance here for our administration staff as well. Next slide. This is a dining room, but also would serve as a multi-purpose room for family gatherings or any community gatherings as well, or any large participant gatherings. This is our cultural room. So we worked really hard on this as well. I remember a lot of meetings with Matt and the architect and our traditional knowledge keepers as well. But sort of a tiered seating space. So this could also work as another group room as well, but able to store, you know, pillows and stuff in there for elders underneath the seats, as well as, next slide, Matt. Off the end of the room, there's medicine storage and space for the elders to work and make medicines in there as well, which is really important for us. So these are the dorms that I promised earlier. So this would be a group room off of the bedrooms, and then staff offices off to the left there as well. So there would be a male and female side with staff in the middle. If we could just go back to the ongoing advocacy slide. I'm sorry for jumping around on you here, Matt. So that's essentially our 13 to 19-year-old program. But you know, I think I mentioned before, we've not ever just been, you know, happy with the status quo. As we started doing this work, we immediately started to see gaps in services that were affecting our clientele. Some of those being around withdrawal management and the need for safe beds, none of which exist on Manitoulin Island right now. So the times when we have clients coming in, sometimes we've been able to schedule them into withdrawal management. That was a little bit tricky for us when we were starting out too, though, because you send a client to withdrawal management with the expectation that they are coming to you then not under the influences of substances. The reality, what we found, is oftentimes our participants would either get substances while they're within the withdrawal management program, or because we are 2 to 3 hours away from the 2 different withdrawal managements that are close to us, they would pick up substances in between there. So it really wasn't serving the purpose a lot of times that we were hoping to. Additionally, safe beds are needed. You know, a lot of withdrawal managements are only 3 to 5 to potentially 7 days, but depending, particularly now that we're a cohort model, sometimes when there's space available within the withdrawal management, they might need that extra time there, or you know, there is a lot of different scenarios that we've come into play where safe beds would have been really beneficial as well. So those are a couple of pieces that we are working on as well. That being said, you know, we continue to see a lot of gaps in services and try to come up with unique ideas in how to address them. And you know, just try and have those proposals on hand, because you know, right now I guess we're coming into Q4. Matt and I were talking because calls for proposals are coming out left and right as we head into Christmas, and things are already busy. So you know, we've been very busy, you know, polishing up, dusting off some of those proposals to get them ready for these applications as well. But you know, just always trying to come up with creative solutions as well. But around detox or withdrawal management, there really seems to be an appetite now for land-based or cultural solutions as well. So we're hopeful to bring something to fruition there in the near future as well.
And I think that's one of the strengths of the program too, is we've often tried to, seems like the motto these days is adapt and pivot. And as we see different windows of opportunities and different trends that are happening within sort of our field, we want to be poised to respond to them in the best of our ability. And if we don't have that solution, then it's how do we build these solutions and how do we create these spaces? And especially when you're starting to look at some of the trends that you're seeing in Northeastern Ontario and Northwestern Ontario, really the time is now, and the opportunity for us to really grow this program to a point that we can meet those needs. It was needed yesterday. So we're definitely trying to be mindful of the need and the degree and the seriousness of the situations as well. That actually concludes most of what we had for our presentation. We wanted to also give time because, again, as I mentioned a few times through the past couple of days, we can keep speaking to kind of what we've seen and different pieces that we're sort of cherry picking from our information. But we want to make sure that if you have any questions or any learning objectives or anything like that, that two-way dialogue really goes a long way to supporting some of those pieces as well. So we really just want to open up the floor, Andre and Mary or Jennifer, or anyone in the audience as well. If there's any questions, we're happy to field those at this time.
Do see one in here in the chat as well, Matt.
I'm just going to catch you on that. Sapreet was asking guys about what is the effect of going remote, going out on the land. I think a lot of clients will report positivity to that. Is that the bread and butter of your project? Is that allowing them to get away from old people, places, and things that may have been problematic in the past? You can limit substance use, obviously, or hope to extinguish it. But the effect of being out on the land, direct observation. Can you speak to that for us, please?
Yeah, I'll let Matt jump in here after me, but it really depends on the person too, right? So it's not a fit for everybody. I remember early on hearing our admissions coordinator really try to explain to folks, this is the reality. You're going to be out on the land 24/7 for 90 days. You know, it's not a normal shower that you're going to be having. You're not sleeping in a house at night. And we'd have folks show up and just be besides themselves. Like, I thought I was going to like a facility every night. Like, I knew it was land-based, but this is a little bit too much. So I mentioned it yesterday, Zoom has been a great tool for us. Before clients come in, typically we'll have them on a couple kind of open house type Zooms where our land-based counselors will speak directly to them as well. And we can show videos, and oftentimes we've even had, sometimes cell phone reception is spotty, but we've had land-based counselors right in some of our land-based camps inside tents show them what it's like so they can really get an idea. So that's helped a lot as well. But absolutely, you know, you folks hit the nail on the head as well, in that for some folks, this is an absolute fit. You know, they want that connection to culture. They want that connection to the land. Maybe this isn't their first kick at the can for treatment. Maybe they've tried some 21 or 28 day programs and it wasn't enough. So they're looking for something a little bit longer, and, you know, some of those different aspects. So short answer, sometimes it's a great fit, sometimes it isn't. But for a lot of folks, it does seem to be a good fit.
Yeah, no, I think you spoke very well to that. It's the land is the healing. When we talk about culture, when we talk about connection, it is about creating that piece that's often missing for individuals. A lot of the ceremonies, a lot of the teachings, all of it, the medicine walks, that all comes from the land, and it's about rejigging that understanding and that connection. We talked a bit about all my relations yesterday, and that self, it starts with that connection to that land, and it starts with that humility and understanding your place in all of this creation. Once we're able to kind of start building those elements of respect, where we can understand, you know, even taking something as for granted, such as fresh water, where we then have to pull it from a system, we have to filter it, we have to purify it, and all of the process that goes, it just creates this sense of gratitude that I think is often lost in the hustle bustle of a lot of the urban settings. So for individuals who are really willing to step outside their comfort zone and challenge themselves, and for others, we have people who come here who have essentially lived in the bush for their entire life and things just kind of went awry as well. So we don't pretend to be the experts in absolutely everything. We're humble in our approach as well, that we're able to create, as I mentioned yesterday, this organizational bundle where people can come and present their skills and their strengths to it as well. So there's always learning opportunities. There's always growth as an organization. It's very much a living, breathing organization that's always growing, it's always developing, and it makes it really exciting too, because there's no 2 days that are the same. But absolutely, for the individuals who are willing to step outside of that urban setting and really immerse themselves in the environment, there's no other healer like that.
I think you touched on something else there, Matt, in that, you know, it can be easy for us to romanticize land-based treatment too, but for an organization, an individual, a team, whoever wants to do it, there is a lot that goes into it. You know, when we first started this, I don't think we were going to, or I don't think we considered how much time we were going to be worrying about, like, firewood, water filtration, where people are going to go to the bathroom, things like that. So, you know, there's a lot of logistical pieces that go into it. We had this brilliant idea when we started that we're going to provide absolutely all the clothing, all the equipment for our participants, and we still do. but that essentially means we have to run a clothing store for 20 people at all times. And sometimes we don't know who's coming and what size they are until a week before the treatment date, just because of the nature of addictions, and people are coming and going and ready to come to treatment and they're not. So then we get this group of people that are coming in and we're frantically, oh, we don't have any size 14 winter boots. And, so, creating partnerships with Mark's Work Warehouse and different vendors and things like that have been really important. But, just logistically, we have 3 staff that we call generalist support workers, and they are just our logistics folks, like whether that's, hauling 15 canoes out, whether that's getting all the laundry ready, getting all those sizes ready, looking at our equipment, what needs to be repaired, what needs to be replaced, what would help us deliver this program better. We had our trailer break this week, so now we need to find a replacement for that for trap camp. That reminds me, I'm going to write that down. I forgot to follow up on that. But it's an ongoing piece, and it's easy to see these videos like, oh, that would be amazing to be out building a 30-foot canoe, but we start planning the year ahead to have the cedar cut for that canoe that's going to be built next year too. So there's a lot of logistical pieces to it as well.
It's a huge outfit, and you guys are both an inspiration. Thank you for your time, obviously, and it's important in these kind of opportunities to share knowledge. And so it's so clear that you're passionate about that, in addition to all the work you're doing. I'm sure I speak for the group. Thank you for that. I'm trying to link it back to one's self-identity. And so can you describe what you're looking for? You might meet clients, and that you may see them at different struggles in terms of self-identity, what they were taught when they were growing up, how they may have been oppressed through systematic issues. And how does that manifest to someone that's struggling with an addiction? So are they compensating? What does the group do to sort of help them through that search? Is that where the knowledge keepers come in? The elders, do they play a role in helping one find themselves, I guess, as part of one of the tenets of recovery?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I think I think what that does is that can perhaps provide a message for some of us viewing when we encounter our clients. Is it really about finding oneself in that process?
Yeah, I think that's a huge component of it. And just in having that self-awareness, that understanding, and that honesty and that truth to be who you are on that direction. We've seen a lot of phenomenal transformation through the program, whether that's someone, actually transitioning, whether that's sobriety, whether that's someone getting their spirit name, whatever it might be. And I saw a question about this too, with the remoteness of the location. This really provides an opportunity to create a safe space for acceptance, a judgment-free environment, and that vulnerability to be able to put it out there and to really explore some of those pieces within the module itself, as well within our red path that we spoke a bit about yesterday, the group facilitation model. There's a lot of those core reflective elements as well, where people can not just try to seek their identity, but look at all those different experiences through life that may have impacted their journey as well. And once they're able to start looking at those and unpacking and looking at the impact that has had on them as a person in creating who they are today, they're able to understand that those are simply some of those external variables that have played a part in the creation of that person's identity, whether that's gang involvement, whether that's anything that along the spectrum that someone might experience in their walk of life, and really be able to look at that in that supported manner with the work of our elders and our knowledge keepers and our counselors, and also the peers with them, and to strip that away and say, okay, now who am I? But before you can figure that out, you have to figure out where you're coming from to figure out where you're going. And once you have that direction, and once you're in treatment and you're already kind of painting that pathway or that direction in which you want to move, then it's about finding out where are the responsibilities. And we do that in a bunch of different ways too. We look at some of the traditional understandings of responsibilities, male and female responsibilities and two-spirited responsibilities within traditional community settings, whether we're becoming a speaker for the people or a singer. People are actually finding their voices, and they're coming out, they barely say 10 words coming into the program, and by the end they're singing a song on the hand drum by graduation. So it's really transformative. It's not just this transactional relationship that's happening. It is genuine and authentic, because there's the motivation and the driver to change, and we don't do the work. It's all of them. We're simply a tool to help facilitate that transformation through that time.
I think it's also just about being able to build culture and identity into the everyday, and that's been a big piece for our participants as well. So ceremony or culture is not just when you go to powwow or the sweat lodge, right? It's about finding that in the everyday, and how do you build that into your identity as a coping mechanism as well. And just being adaptable to situations, and our staff have been amazing at that. And not just putting every cultural need onto our TKKs as well, sharing their own knowledge and what that means, and building it into the program in a really robust way. I remember the first time I went out onto the land during the pandemic, and we always smudge at the start of everything that we do there, and they had called me the week before and they said, Sam, we need a new shovel. I was like, what? We bought a whole bunch of shovels at year end last year. Why do we need another shovel? Like, we're working on something. We need a new shovel. And so I went out there, and in order to have 6-foot distancing for smudging, they were using this new shovel as a smudge pan and lighting the smudge right in the shovel. So, sometimes it's about getting creative in the work that we're doing and finding a way to make it through in difficult times as well.
Yeah, and whether you're status or non-status or an ally, it's about coming and looking at that identity as how do we exist in a responsible and reconciliatory sort of manner in Canada as well. So it's building in those understandings of what does it mean to be Indigenous, what does it mean to be Haudenosaunee or Anishinaabe, and part of that is language, part of that is connection. I mentioned yesterday there's a lot of universal truth through a lot of that, just in the overarching principles and philosophies of living a good life. But it's really just, and I said this yesterday too, there are very few times where you have 90 days dedicated to yourself and your healing and your journey. So really using and encouraging participants to optimize that time in that identity. And for some, it's really amazing, because people might come in and say, I haven't touched a hand drum in 15 years since I kind of went off this path, and they have that access and that safe space where they can start exploring that again. So that culture piece is huge in the identity, because even if you look historically, so much of that was taken away. And when you look at the things that were taken away initially, it was the ceremony, it was the culture, it was the language, and it was the land. And so we're trying to keep that as the foundation of recovery.
We've got a few more questions here in the Q&A, so we'll roll through those and see where that takes us. So the first one is, what is your current wait list from the time a participant is accepted into the program to when they actually set foot at the facility and go onto the land?
So this can be kind of a tricky question and really variable. I mentioned previously, a lot of treatment centers kind of closed down or limited their capacity within COVID, whereas we doubled our capacity at times. So we almost became victims of our own success in that. And at times our wait list ballooned to 150 clients, which is a lot when we only had 10 fully funded beds and we had some pilot funded beds. Now we have 20 funded beds. But today I just checked, our wait list is at 103, but that's really variable too, in that, the nature of addictions, if you think about it in the context of the stages of change and maybe somebody's readiness to change, even though they might be higher on our list, when we go to reach out to them, we don't hear from them in our time constraints, or they've got something going on, they've got a court case coming up that they want to deal with first, then we move on, but we keep them on the wait list, right? So even though we have 103 people on our wait list, somebody could apply today and get in for our January intake. Like, we don't have all of our spots completely finalized. So it's really variable around a person's motivation. We do have an application process, our own intake package, as well as completing the gain screener, as well as completing a medical. So there's some steps to it that you need to do. And so if someone's really motivated, gets all that done, has all their information in, they're following up with us regularly, and they're motivated to come, then there's a distinct possibility that they meet all those requirements and get into the program a little bit sooner.
Andre and I work in the drug treatment court program here in Peel, and I know that one of the barriers that we sometimes face when accepting people into our program is that they're in custody. So the gain assessment and even any medical requirements is a challenge for our clients who may choose to go to residential treatment in like closer to here, if I could put it that way. Have you had experience where someone's has applied from a custodial facility, and are there ways to kind of get through that application, perhaps doing a medical on site or something like that, if that is a barrier?
Yeah, I mean, we always try to look at things from a client-centered perspective. The medical is a little bit tricky because we want to ensure that a person's capable of completing the land-based treatment. Like there is a certain level of physicality and activeness to it. That being said, you know, we've done things in a lot of different ways for a lot of different folks to try and meet their needs. We do have training to complete the gains assessment ourselves as well. So sometimes when there hasn't been those resources for a locality, we've been able to do that. We don't do it for absolutely every client because we just don't have the manpower to do that. Absolutely, we try to look at it in a lot of different ways. That being said, we have folks come from incarceration all the time, so we've been able to make it work.
I guess I have there's a question in the Q&A, but I want to build off of what you just said for a second. From a logistics perspective, how do people, let's say I'm coming from Toronto or Peel or even up north, how do we get to you? Is that something that the participant has to organize themselves, or is there support in financial support in getting there?
Well, Jennifer, we have roads in Northern Ontario. That's how they get here. Come on.
Well, maybe they don't have a
kidding.
car. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, we work with a lot of different resources. A lot of times FNIB funds a lot of folks to come to treatment, as well as different communities have paid for it. We'll work with families to try and help them. We really try to make it work for the participants and work with them, but no, our admissions coordinator will help them work through all those possibilities and try and help them set it up to be successful. As I mentioned, you know, sometimes an individual might need withdrawal management too, so we're going to make that as part of their intake care plan as well.
I asked you guys to think about relationships with different stakeholders, justice sector. A couple of us in the audience are from the legal background. And Sharon's asking in the Q&A in terms of like this concept of restorative justice, bringing into the circle possibly the discussion of the experience of the victims versus the experience of the clients, the accused. Do you guys see a role in terms of your agency in kind of helping to facilitate those lived experience, those voices? Are some of the clients that may or may not have had criminal background, are they looking to try and repair harms and move forward? Is that part of the guiding principle?
Yeah, that's an interesting one because there's a couple of layers that you can look at when you're looking at restorative justice, and people have been on sort of the both ends of it, both on the receiving end and you know, perpetrators as well. So it's really tricky because when you look at the sort of ebb and flow and the patterns within program, the first little bit is usually this period of you know, where they acclimate to the environment, where there's a lot of trust building, where there's a lot of sort of limit testing and casing out and looking for consistency in the program. And once that therapeutic rapport is established and that trust is that bridge and that bond is there, a lot of things do come out because people are here to heal, people are here to talk, and a lot of times a lot of these things come out naturally through conversations, through the one-on-ones, through the red path model, where they're asked to kind of reflect on some of their experiences and what led them to this direction and to this program and things like that. So you see conflict management and conflict resolution that's happening in live time in the program itself. And then sometimes this is a very new concept for individuals who have never sat in a healing circle or a sharing circle, or have never really had to face some of the past experiences that they've been a part of one way or another. So a lot of that in the program, because it is sort of that closed model within the setting of which our camp's operating, it's really about providing opportunity to exercise that capacity of resolution and honesty and thinking about sort of the consequentialism of all these different activities and whatnot. And quite frankly, a lot of times, once program is completed, depending on the individual, you may see other expectations for participation in diversion programs or healing circles or justice circles when they come out. So it's certainly something that we work through at different capacities. Once you get into the live and aftercare program, you may see, hey, there are these outstanding charges or these warrants or these things that need to be addressed as well. So we do facilitate and encourage participants to activate that sort of teaching of bravery and honesty and approach it in a good way. And that looks different depending on which community they're coming from, who's involved, all these types of things. And sometimes the resolution and it's not just about us, but if there's that willingness to approach it, then we do. But sometimes there's other factors on the receiving end as well. But we always encourage that sort of, equal opportunity for restorative justice. And it takes time, it takes progress, and it takes understanding. And usually we start to see a lot of that come through kind of in the latter half of the land-based program as well. And it really comes into fruition once we're back in live and aftercare and you have more access to community as well. If that answers your question, I'm not sure if I.
You're getting some clapping reactions floating across the screen and a thumbs up from Andre. There's one person, maybe you guys can put it in the chat. They're wondering, is there an online application that they can look at? Do you want to share your website or?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I tried to share in the chat yesterday, and it would only let me share to panel members, I believe. But yeah, it's just gwec.ca, www.gwek.ca.
Thank you very much. And now I will call you my dear friends and colleagues. Thank you so much, Sam and Matt. It's really been a pleasure to begin my learning listening to you. I hope to, at some point in the near future, take you up on the offer yesterday, Matt, maybe not February 13th, but to come up and visit. And I hope that I wish you continued success in this programming. It's phenomenal, inspiring, motivating, and you're wonderful people. And thank you so much for taking the time yesterday and today to share your work with us and your knowledge. It's really been incredible. So on behalf of our association, we thank you so very much. Everyone can hopefully see that Sam is filling the chat with all of their contact details and website. So please do check that out. And now we're gonna change it up a little bit, because you may recall from this morning, Demetra wasn't able to join us. She had some technical issues, and you'll see, maybe, I'm not sure what's in her background, but she's calling in from Cyprus. So I want to be able to, there she is, the lovely Demetra. She's been able to join us now. So we're going to just do a shift and go back to hear what she has to say. But I want to share a little bit about my other dear friend with all of you. So Demetra is an associate professor in the School of Law at the University of Nicosia. She holds a PhD in criminology and has extensive criminal trial experience, both in continental and common law systems. Since 2017, she has been conducting research on drug treatment courts and has promoted the Canadian model for a pilot project in Cyprus and Greece. She co-coordinated establishment of a multidisciplinary master's program in criminal law and addictions delivered by the law schools of Aristotle University, Greece, and the University of Nicosia in Cyprus. Demetra advocates the drug treatment court sentencing approach as the epitome of the criminal justice system for successfully reducing crime and addiction, recidivism, that's a tough word for me, recidivism rate risk. I know that Demetra is going to talk to us today about the Australian New South Wales Drug Treatment Court, which would fall into the category of the innovative courts that we had lined up a little bit earlier today. But we are very excited to hear about this innovative court. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, my dear friend.
Hello from me. I did it. I finally did it. Not me, right? Technology is the issue. I'm so sorry for the trouble today. And I was so stressed. I hope we can make it a little bit now. So what I wanted to say about the New South Wales program, it has it has received a lot of criticism regarding the human rights approach because it's called like the compulsory treatment. But actually, I see this program as a manifestation of the right of the state to actually to protect individual health, the health of the person. So the unique thing here is that this program has 5 stages actually. So the most important is that we have participants that we don't ask them whether they consent, and no appeal is taking place there, and the Crown has no saying in that. So the most important is that the first stage is the close detention for at least 6 months to in a secure environment. And the program includes adult education and work readiness programs, skill programs, and that address health-related issues, and therapeutic programs that target dynamic risk factors for drug-related offending. It's the second stage is a semi-open detention. So this is the most important, is that we start from a closed stage to a semi-open detention for at least 6 months again, with access to programs in the society, programs in the community, which include employment, education, training, social opportunities, effective reintegration, and actually the therapeutic programs maintain positive behavioral change. And then we have a community custody at accommodation, which is approved by the drug court under intensive supervision. And the program sought in the community consolidate made in stage 2 and increase access to the mainstream community service. So the drug court determines release on parole. So the difference actually here is that we have someone that has been convicted and he moves to a correctional center where we have to have the implementation of the drug treatment court program, and the person has to follow the treatment. But again, we have the philosophy of the drug treatment scheme in the way that we need eligible participants, and we have several steps to define eligibility. So we need an eligible convicted offender here. This is the difference with the drug courts that we know in Canada, for example. So this person has to be sentenced to imprisonment between 18 months and 6 years, and not been convicted for crimes like, as we see in other drug treatment courts, like murder, sexual assault, like violent crimes. And he's over 18 years of age. So if the defendant meets this criteria, then the sentencing court refers him to the drug court. The drug court considers 3 additional criteria for eligibility. The one thing is that has a long-term drug dependence, which is similar with the drug courts that we know. The facts and antecedents of the offense that indicate long-term drug dependence and the associated lifestyle, so the connection between crime and addiction, and actually what we need for the drug court, for the drug court that we know that the addiction is the motive to crime and is totally linked with his criminal life or her criminal life. But also in this program, the participants must not suffer from serious mental conditions. So yes, we have psychiatric and nursing assessments, but we don't want to have, we don't see people that we have huge comorbidity issues and problems. And the third step is that, again, the drug court deals like the program in a general DTC program, like the drug treatment history, the commitment, the likelihood of committing domestic violence of the offense, and these are criteria for suitability, and the level of motivation. So now we start to see the individual actually participation of the person, the motivation of the person, and the attitude that he has toward compulsory drug treatment. So even we want to consider that this is a compulsory treatment, well, we do really care what the person thinks about that, and whether the defendant may actually damage the program if he does not really believe in compulsory treatment and he's absolutely negative. So if something like this happens, definitely suitability is not met. So if suitability is not met, although we have the move for compulsory treatment, we cannot have the guy into the program. So this is what I'm saying, that when you look at the programs comparatively, you understand that what is compulsory here is not actually the treatment, is the order, is that the court, the drug treatment court senior judge, is obliged to do something for someone that has a mandatory order for treatment. It is also important that the participants say that we wish everyone had this chance in his life. And finally, in the very end, when they finish, they say, well, yes, it was not exactly compulsory. In the beginning, it was a little bit strange, but then I found the real motive. You see, what we say, the healthy motive. In none of our drug treatment courts, we find the so-called healthy motive, to be okay, to be healthy, and that's why I want to stop drugs. Always we have something else that is challenging and moves the person to treatment. And usually what it is the fear of incarceration. So here incarceration is there. We know that is there. But it's important that this state actually has decided through a legal act, I mean, they have legislated for this court, the mandatory order, that we will give them an opportunity with a mandatory order. So it's mandatory for the judge to issue this order. If the person is not suitable and is completely negative to compulsory treatment, then he goes out. Then the other thing that I find really impressive is that the program is supervised by the drug treatment court. So we don't have a treatment in prison that is unsupervised. And we have, again, the philosophy of the drug treatment court, where we have smart sanctions and rewards. So what do we see? We see that someone might, for example, end up in prison for 18 months or more, and he will be in prison doing nothing. And here what the state says, okay, you will do nothing? Well, we will tell you that you will go for treatment. And let's hope that you will cooperate. And finally, they do. It's not a compulsory treatment, according to my view. It's very important that actually the state forces the judicial mechanism and the criminal justice system to give another style of opportunity that actually helps the very really heavy stories with long-term recidivism and people that they have not succeeded previously in other treatment programs. So the open style community programs, the open style drug treatment court programs, they didn't really help them. So they failed. And now the state says, well, I will give you one more chance. Let's take this chance. So that was my view in this court, regarding this court. And I think that the drug treatment court philosophy that determines rewards, that imposes sanctions, and actually monitors all the progression of the participant from stage 1 to stage 2 and then stage 3, which is locked the first stage, the second is semi-free, and then he's out in community. I think it's hugely important, because this person, if he didn't have this chance, he would be all day long in prison, probably doing nothing. And we know that in prison, they usually do nothing. In summary, this is what I wanted to tell you this morning. So I try to sum up a little bit quickly, not to take more of your time, okay? I hope I gave you a small idea of the program.
You absolutely did. Thank you. I was wondering, are you aware of how successful they are? Like, are people reoffending less after they complete the program, the 3 tiers?
Jennifer, the truth is that I don't have followed up actually the evaluation of this program that much. I don't know exactly what is happening right now. What I do know is that it started from like a pilot project, and now it's a real court that really operates and is open. So that means that there was success there. From previous reports that I saw, yes, so again, I saw actually to what I read that people do not commit new crimes as they would do if they were in prison, okay, and get out. So the revolving door phenomenon is reduced, and they have a better style of life because they have gone through this process of treatment. And also this engagement with the community services and education and training help them and empower them to adjust treatment with a healthier life. So if you imagine that you have someone either in the drug treatment court before conviction, and if he fails the program, then he gets sentenced, or someone that he's in prison and he's a failure for our system because he goes back and forth, okay? And it's not the person that failed, actually. We know from the decisions, we know from addictions that some addictions are really very heavy and they can't deal with them. It's the addiction who is controlling their mind. It's not the people that control the addiction. So we can't say that the person fails. It's that our programs are not good enough still for some certain situations, okay? And this is what I think that the New South Wales have really managed to do, to say, okay, I will give you one more chance, and now I will push you further to the so-called compulsory, but it's compulsory for me. If you really don't want it, I'm not going to do it to you. So it's not like the compulsory treatment of the mental disorder. You see that someone is locked up and goes for treatment. You see here, we have people that they start from the in prison, semi-prison, out in community. So we have this gradual moving from inside outside, and they start experiencing, well, this is better than before. And this is what I think is the most powerful. The prison for them is not a danger. They are in prison. So what is challenging now is freedom, healthier freedom. It's the other way round. So that's why I'm really amazed in the beginning when I read about that years ago, I said, oh no, don't tell me. No, it can't work. Well, they did it. That's from me.
Do they, and maybe I misunderstood earlier, do they also have a traditional, if I could put it that way, pre-prison drug treatment court, or is this the only drug treatment court that they have? Like
no,
similar to one in Canada,
they have
have
the
one before?
No, they do have the traditional.
Yeah.
And because they have the traditional, they have all this philosophy adapted, and they have the judge who monitors, like the drug treatment court, the guy who is doing the treatment in prison. So we have again the regular meetings with the judge, but he is in prison. It's like you move the real outside court into the prison and the prison goes out. It's like a connection between the criminal justice system to the very end. This is the very end of the criminal justice system, the prison, right? So you connect the very end, the failure actually, with a success story. And it works. I would really like to meet these people that they work over there. I hope I do it through you one day.
Yeah. That really does sound fascinating, and we really appreciate the efforts that you took to persevere to get online today. I can imagine how
I'll say that
frustrating
in a
that must have been
summary,
for
okay?
you.
I had more to say, but I think we gave an idea what's going on. You know, when I'm talking with some therapists that they work for our drug treatment, drug addiction program that we have, the master program, they are so hesitant and they say, no, 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 it's impossible. They don't understand that the mandatory aspect is actually for the judge who orders the treatment. But we should not forget, we shall not forget that suitability is not met if the person says, no way, I don't want to do it. It doesn't go. It doesn't go. So those that are a little bit hesitant, they have the chance to go. Or others that they said, well, we failed many times, we couldn't cope with the drug treatment court, we lost track, we relapsed, we were not da 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 da. Now they can. Because here we have a stability in the way where they live, and then we have supervision at the same time. So we have two difficult situations, prison and treatment. Actually, the standards are higher, right? But they have nothing to lose, again, because your guy in your court has to lose his freedom if he ends up in prison. The other one has to lose nothing. He's in prison already. So the only thing we'll do is to move from the correction center that does the treatment to the central prison section. So that's why I think even the effort that they do in prison, but it's a separate center, right? I mean, they don't take them from the prison to the treatment. It's a center that deals only with treatment, this correctional center, and is in connection with a specific drug treatment court. So yes, even the effort that the person does, I think is bigger probably, if I can use this word, but I think that there's desperation everywhere in this situation. And there is somewhere a light, the light of treatment. If they grab it, the system has succeeded. This is what I'm saying. The criminal justice system has succeeded.
That's beautiful, actually. I'm so intrigued and inspired, and I'm sure we all are here. We are going to roll over to our lunch break now. So if anyone, we're getting some hearts. If anyone has any further questions for Dimitra, I'm sure I'm more than happy to pass them along to her.
Yes, as long as my technical issues are fine, okay? If I disappear, it's not because I disappear regularly, okay? Only Justice Barnes can do that.
That's right. Well, thank you so very much. We really appreciate the effort to come. I know it's very late for you there.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will see everyone at 2:15, hopefully, where we're going to be moving into hearing from Dr. Joseph Mai, and he's got a lot of really interesting things to share with us. So we hope to see you then. Thank you.
Have a great lunch, everyone. Hi, Mike. How are you?
There, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Right, and the picture's okay?
Picture's great. I am
Great.
so excited to hear you speak. I've heard you speak at AMHO conferences, or perhaps it was an AO conference a number of years ago.
Oh, I think it was probably ammo, and you do look familiar to me. I think some faces sort of stand out in the crowd, you know.
I think I've heard you speak at least twice, and when I saw your name, Kim, put your name forward, I did a little happy dance. I said, "Oh, I'm so grateful. I've been wanting to hear you speak again." So I'm sad that it's just a panel. I would love you to be on a keynote.
Well, thank you for that. High expectations always scare me a little bit.
Oh, no. No, you will exceed my expectations. I know it. So I'm assuming you've been keeping quite busy.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm supposed to be semi-retired and it hasn't really happened, you know.
You don't know how to do that, do you?
Yeah, it's just you know, you say yes. We're the architects of our own misery, you know. We say yes to just too many things. And
I know, it's true. It's true. Well,
looks like Brian has joined us.
Brian has joined us, yes. Yeah. Hi, Brian.
Hello, everybody.
And there's Kim. Hi, Kim.
Hi, how is everybody today?
Good.
Good. I guess we're all ready. That's you sharing your screen there now, is it, Mary?
I think it's Jen that's sharing her screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely Jen because we saw a typo in it and she's fixed it.
Oh, good. So Dr. Maya will log in soon, I'm sure, and he'll be the first one to share his screen from our crew.
Oh, hi, Anne Marie.
Hi, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be on the camera yet.
Hi.
Others can hear us.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's wonderful that you've joined us as well, and you can be on camera or you can go off camera, whatever you prefer.
We'll see everybody for 2:15 then.
That's right. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to pop them in the chat for me and I can manage them sort of in the background.
And Mary, if I could just add, like I've only been able to kind of log in smatterings here in there, but it's been so great. It's been so interesting. Like every talk, I'm like, ooh, this one's like, just like, you know what I mean? There's been such a diversity of topics covered, and it's just, I just want to give you, you know, mucho's applause because you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you. This has been a labor of love, that's for sure.
Well, and a labor for sure. That's like, I'm sure there's times where you maybe didn't like it so much, but we certainly all appreciate it. So.
Thanks for saying that. And we've had just such a stellar lineup so far, and it just continues in that trajectory. So excited for this afternoon and excited again for tomorrow. Everybody's been so fantastic. Our participants have asked lots of great questions. So we've had some good conversations going. So I'm sure that will be the same for this afternoon.
And my other question, just because I think I'm just moderating the discussion. So the questions will pop up like in the chat. Is that where they'll?
Sometimes, or they'll end up in the Q&A. So you just kind of have to monitor both.
Okay.
If you don't see something in the Q&A, but it's there, I might prompt you in the chat.
Okay, for sure. And remind me that where the chat is set up for, it's like 25 minutes.
So Kim has organized this part of the session, so I'm not going to say what it looks like.
Sorry, Kim, I should know this. That's my
Yeah,
bad.
no, that's okay. We're gonna do about I suspect we'll go a little bit over, so at most half an hour, but probably more like 20 minutes at the end. Yeah, so however much time is left. These topics are pretty big, so it's hard to ask people to do a short, condensed presentation on something that you could present about for days, actually.
Okay.
And will we be seeing the questions pop up, or is there a way to turn that off when we're presenting?
You can decide to bring it up or not. If you click chat and Q&A, it'll pop up. If you don't want to see that, just close it and then it shouldn't bug you. You might just see a little red number or something, but it shouldn't bug you otherwise.
Thanks.
Kim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, I just sent you the bio and questions. They were all in the same email.
Perfect. Thanks. Thanks very much. It looks like it's 2:15, so it looks like we're ready to get going. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us this afternoon for the afternoon of day 2 of the AJTP annual conference. This afternoon, we have a talented panel of professionals here to talk about innovative and unique treatment practices. We'll start the afternoon with Dr. Mai, who's a family physician at the Central Community Healthcare Centre in St. Thomas, Ontario. He's been providing primary care for about almost 20 years, and he's specifically passionate about exploring innovative treatment practices. And he has pioneered a program for the treatment of opioid use disorder, which he's here to speak to you about today. Mike DeViller is a faculty member at the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Neurosciences at McMaster University, where he is also a faculty associate and policy analyst with the Peter Boris Center for Addictions Research and the Center for Medicinal Cannabis Research. Mike has testified on cannabis law reform on 2 committees at the Canadian Senate, the House of Commons, and the provincial governments of Ontario and Quebec. And he was a recipient of the John C. Sibley Award for Excellence in Health Sciences at McMaster University. And we have Amory Armour, is a registered social worker who works in the unceded territories of the Lekwungen people in Victoria, BC. Amory is a board member of the Overdose Prevention Society. She has an extensive background in harm reduction service provision, and she co-created a pilot program for psilocybin-assisted therapy for substance use disorders. And then Brian Cooper will be joining us to moderate the panel for the question and answer period. So we encourage you to enter questions into the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen throughout the presentation. And we hope to have about 20 minutes to half an hour at the end to review those questions. Brian is a program manager for the Cleghorn Early Intervention Clinic and Inpatient Rehab Team at the St. Joseph's Healthcare Centre in Hamilton, Ontario. He's also the co-chair of the Early Psychosis Intervention Ontario Network and director at large with the Canadian Consortium for Early Intervention of Psychosis. He's an occupational therapist and has spent a lot of time in the field of mental health care in inpatient units, community treatment, assertive programs, and early intervention in psychosis in Ontario and Nova Scotia. So thank you all for being here with us this afternoon, and we will start off with Dr. Mai. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Well, let me just start by sharing my screen. Okay. Okay, there we go. I hope you can see me well and hear me well and see the presentation. So thank you so much, Kim, for the introduction. So what I'm going to be talking about today is an approach to opioid use disorder treatment that we've kind of pioneered in our community. We are in St. Thomas, Ontario, Canada. I work for the Central Community Health Centre, which is a health team that consists of nurse practitioners, physicians, and other allied health professionals. One second, I gotta be able to. Okay, so just very briefly, I'm going to talk about the some statistics that we probably all know about, the opioid-related statistics. You know, there has been an overdose epidemic in North America in the last, decade or so. The 2008 data shows that there has been a massive increase in accidental opioid-related mortality, i.e. overdose. And the medication treatments that we have available come in 3 forms: methadone, buprenorphine, and naltrexone. However, only 11% of the the people affected are receiving effective medical treatment. So the challenges with these types of medications include dosing to achieve a therapeutic plasma concentration, adherence from the patients, also concerns about abuse, misuse, diversion, and obviously overdose from misuse. A very brief introduction to the pharmacology. So naltrexone, which is probably the third line treatment. It's an opioid antagonist, kind of like naloxone. It blocks the mu receptors that opioids work on and prevents the feeling of high or euphoria, which can help patients not or to break the habit of using opioids because they don't get the same rewards. So there's very little abuse and diversion potential for this medication. It's not something that clients seek out on their own. Downside is that it takes 7 to 10 days of being abstinent prior to the initiation, which is a significant barrier. Methadone, as we all know, is probably the most common medication for opioid use disorder. It's a full agonist like all the other traditional opioids, fentanyl, hydromorphone, oxycodone. So it is used as a substitution molecule to manage cravings and withdrawal, because as we may all know, withdrawal from opioids can be quite severe and is probably one of the worst feelings that people can have, and drives them to seek out medication and do whatever they can in order to get it. Methadone has an advantage of being very long acting, up to 36 hours. And this, negates the need for frequent dosing throughout the day. And it's been around for a long time. It's been there since the 70s. There's substantial evidence for its benefits in terms of reducing infectious diseases, criminal activity, and so forth. But it has also has significant long-term problems, harms, including depression, demotivation, overdose, and others. And then the third medication is buprenorphine. It's a partial agonist, so it binds the same receptors, but only accumulates them partially. And the advantage of that is that it does not give the same pleasurable effect, but it does provide some feeling of euphoria and helps with pain management. It was developed late in the late 1960s, but in its recent form, it's been around in the US since 2002 and in Canada since 2007. So the benefits are that it's significantly safer at higher doses, so a lower risk of overdose because there is a plateau or ceiling for respiratory depression with it, for the most part, unless other medications like benzodiazepines are added. So it also provides overdose protection because it binds the receptors quite well, and as a result, other opioids are not able to activate those receptors. Consequently, there's less abuse and diversion risk. However, it's not nil. There are reports that people have been abusing the tablet form of the buprenorphine, and I'll talk about that in a bit. The other big advantage is that it has very few drug interactions, far less drug interactions than methadone and other opioids, and the adverse effects from this medication are much lower compared to what I mentioned with the methadone. And finally, it is a medication that is much easier to taper, and it can be prescribed by any healthcare provider. Doesn't need a special license or conditions for prescribing. So it has been shown to be quite effective, and in Canada at least, it has taken the place of methadone as the first line treatment for opioid use disorder. That was printed in the 2018 practice guidelines for opioid use disorder in Canada. So as I mentioned, the ways that it is supplied are as follows. It comes in a tablet form that can be used under the tongue, as well as a film in the mouth that dissolves. And then there is the Sublocade, which is a subcutaneous injection that has a much longer efficacy. So Suboxone, like I said, was approved in 2002 in the US, 2007 in Canada, and Sublocade became available in 2018 in Canada, at least, probably earlier in the US. So Sublocade is the medication I'm going to focus on because that is what I've kind of used to, you know, approach my patients and using it in a novel way. So I'll tell you a bit about it. It's a medication that comes in a syringe, pre-filled. It's a gel that you inject into the subcutaneous tissue, into the fat, and it forms a pellet that hardens after about a minute, and the pellet stays in the fat and slowly dispenses the medication at a consistent dose over the course of a month. And the dose, it reaches therapeutic level quite quickly and stays there for at least 20 days and sometimes longer, which is quite impressive. And so it is usually injected in the abdomen, but it can be injected in other areas of the body where there is subcutaneous fat. So outcomes for this treatment over the course of a year showed that there is definitely increase in abstinence rates. There is very minimal withdrawal rates with the medication, reduced pain levels after taking the medication, and also reduced levels of depression, increased quality of life, and improved rates of employment. These are very important you know, markers of health, and there has been abundance of evidence showing how effective this medication is. However, being as effective as it is, how come it is not more widely used, and why are we not, you know, making a bigger dent in the opioid crisis with this medication? And there are a number of reasons. There are barriers to initiating any kind of treatment, including this one. There's a stigma of being an addict and needing treatment. There's also the thought that it's a moral failing, and so if you need treatment, there's something wrong with you. There's difficulty finding a provider, difficulty getting appointments, and the cost of treatment. There have been also lots of previous bad experiences with the medical system, lots of misinformation about Sublocade itself, like it's a complete opioid blocker like naltrexone, and when they take it, the patient will have immediate withdrawal after receiving it. Now, there have been clinicians who have not used it properly, and there have been cases where that has happened, but that is not how the medication is intended, and with the proper training, that does not happen. And so it's very important that, you know, in order to improve participation, we need to lower some of the barriers that allow access to this very evidence-based treatment. And such low barrier approaches include the following: flexible scheduling, like as in a walk-in appointment, tolerance for patients who present in sedation or agitation, reducing and eliminating unnecessary visits or tests such as urine dips. I'll talk about that later too. So what has the strategy for opioid use disorder treatment been like in the last 40 years or so? So we have been moving away from the standard model and have been adopting a harm reduction model. And what does that mean? That's an umbrella term that really at its core supports any steps in the right direction towards treatment, any treatment, not just substance abuse. And that could be the use of condoms for safer sex, clean injection supplies for IV drug use, etc. So it requires a non-judgmental but very directive approach in terms of techniques, like motivational interviewing, because we need to identify what the client's reasons are for change and need to explore that. Now, abstinence is ideal for all of these clients, but it's not the only way to avoid all the negative consequences. So in harm reduction, the goal is to seek the patient, the client, and meet them where they're at in terms of their motivation and ability to change. Unfortunately, it has not been well adopted by all providers, and many opioid use disorder treatment specialists do wish to have complete abstinence from their clients, which is not always possible and does provide a significant barrier to seeking out treatment. So with these things in mind, in terms of low barrier treatment, buprenorphine, especially the subcutaneous injection, stands out as the most amenable treatment for this type of approach. And in terms of harm reduction, really it is not something that's unique to substance abuse treatment. It really is consistent with a standard approach for treatment of any chronic illnesses where patients are not fully compliant, such as patients who, don't improve their diet if they have high cholesterol or if they have diabetes, don't eat properly, etc. So let's talk about the low threshold approach to treating substance use disorder. It definitely has been shown to increase the rates of medication initiation and retention in the treatment for people who are underserved by the standard high barrier care methods. For example, the requirement for meeting the provider and urine drug testing has actually been shown to be detrimental and it reduces the likelihood that patients will be successful in either initiating or maintaining medication therapy. The benefit of Sublocade is that urine drug screens are not as valuable as with daily dose medications, but I'll get into that later. So, as I said before, the primary goal of harm reduction is to reduce harm from substance use. So rather than trying to achieve abstinence, because there is no evidence that abstinence is effective for maintaining treatment or improving outcomes of care. So there's also the need for same-day treatment entry and medication access. And we have seen that quite clearly in our clinics. If patients come in and we are not able to service them and we tell them to come back in a week, we often see that they don't come back until a few months later, and in that time, harm could have been done. And then in terms of the flexibility part of the low threshold approach, we need to be able to be flexible in terms of how and when patients can access care. And I'll talk a bit about that more when I talk about how we approach things. And finally, the availability in terms of locations that are easily accessible to these patients. So those are the four principles that are at the root of low threshold approach to treatment. So let me tell you a little bit about our team. Like I said, I work in St. Thomas, Ontario, Canada at the Central Community Health Centre. We are a team comprised of nurse practitioners, physicians, and other allied health professionals. St. Thomas has a population of 30,000 people with a very modern hospital and well-staffed emergency department, which is quite nice. We have quite a number of good social support services as well. We neighbor London, Ontario, which is a city of 400,000 people, which has some of the more specialized treatments if we need in terms of healthcare. So in terms of myself, our clinic is set up so that there are different streams or teams. I work in the team that deals mostly with mental health and addictions. I work very closely with my nurse, Shelley West, and she knows the clients quite well. And then we have another physician who kind of serves as a backup when I am away and need coverage. We also have social work, dietitian, and physiotherapy support for our clients. What we have developed is a primary care outreach program. So this is a way of meeting our clients where they're at. We have a weekly walk-in clinic that's operated at the homeless shelter in the basement. So the clients are, the clients that we generally see and treat are the underserviced, vulnerable patients, and a lot of them are at the shelter. We provide all types of care, primary care of all sorts, but a lot of opioid use disorder treatment, and we help them deal with other social determinants of health, such as housing and food security and finances and forms and things that they need help with. We increase our availability or access through a cell phone that my nurse carries. She doesn't answer it immediately, but patients can text or call, leave messages, and we generally get back to them within a day. And in addition to our weekly Tuesday clinics, we also allow these clients to drop into our main clinic Monday to Friday if needed, which does work when patients miss an appointment or they're sick or something happens. We do a very good job of networking with other agencies in the community to provide other forms of support for our clients. So let's talk a bit about the opioid use disorder treatment that I kind of pioneered at our center. It is unique. It's unique because it's a hybrid system between harm reduction and the standard abstinence. So let's start with why Sublocade has not been well accepted despite the clear benefits. So Sublocade has been shown to be very effective at preventing or reducing withdrawal symptoms, reducing fatigue, demotivation, mental fog. So all these things that clients often complain about are better with Sublocade. But initially, when I was giving this medication out, there was a lot of non-acceptance, and even patients who finally agreed to it, there was only maybe about a 20% return rate for subsequent treatment, which I found interesting because when they did return, they did say they felt better. Some of them, said they felt a lot better, but they still didn't really want to continue with the medication. So in addition to the stigma, as I said, the one thing that a lot of my clients said with Sublocade was that despite their cravings becoming better and using less opioids, they didn't like the fact that they could no longer feel the same euphoria or high that they got when they were taking their opioids. And I asked them, is that worth the trade-off for feeling better? And they said, you know what, it's a tricky thing. Yes, we like feeling that way, but a lot of times patients are self-medicating to deal with trauma and, untreated mental health. And it's a way for them to escape, and not having the ability to escape with their opioids was difficult for them. So then I started looking at, how can I make this better? And, with the harm reduction model in mind, the main goal was to initiate and maintain treatment. So with the harm reduction model, there was no need to do standard point of care urine tests. So that was one barrier that I was able to reduce. And I was only doing the test if there was concerns about certain drug interactions, or if the patient presented intoxicated or agitated. The other thing was that we realized that purchasing illicit opioids from the street was associated with increased harms. There was the greater risk of violence associated with purchasing the medication, increased activity, and also just the time spent in these endeavors limited their ability to do other things. Again, with the harm reduction in mind, I decided to overcome this hesitation by actually prescribing clients opioid medication in addition to the Sublocade shot. And so this I was hoping would reduce their need to purchase illicit opioids. Now, I had to come up with a very clear protocol, and I had to communicate this very directly to the patients because, you know, as a lot of the patients said to me, you know, we are addicts. So if there is any chance to cheat the system or get more opioids, that's what we're all, you know, going to do in our state. So for me, it was important to have these clear protocols where I said there was a limit to how much opioid that I would give. It would only be 8 milligrams of hydromorphone twice a day, and that would be only prescribed after they got their injection. So they couldn't, you know, ask for it beforehand, saying that they would come in later, etc. And then the hydromorphone would only be dispensed weekly by our pharmacist or any pharmacist, but we generally use one pharmacy who knows our program well. And the rules were very consistently applied because in this community, there's a very big word of mouth information sharing. So if one patient had a dose that was higher than the protocol, you can imagine the requests for other patients to increase would be quite common. So I rolled this out, you know, probably a couple years ago, and the initial uptake was actually fairly slow, but luckily there were a few successful treatments with some very key members of the community, and this led to increased credibility of my plan and the protocol, and then it allows some momentum to build. The shared experiences amongst clients in the community was key to you know, increasing acceptance, and it was really important that we had all the other elements in place through the harm reduction, because trust was very important for these clients. They had to know that we were looking out for their best interests. So, you know, in the course of the first 6 months that we set up this outreach clinic, we were dealing with, you know, their infections and their injuries and wounds, and, you know, helping them get housing and you know, meal replacements and so forth. So they knew that we were there for the right reasons. And then when they heard that this treatment was effective for some of their friends, it allowed them to come to us, you know, with kind of an open mind to try it. So how has it gone for us? So, like I said, I started a couple of years ago, but in the last 18 months is when kind of things really picked up. And in that time, we have over 50 returning clients who are currently on Sublocade. And for our somewhat small community, that is a very huge number, because these patients are primarily the homeless and vulnerable patients who are living on the street downtown. The perception about Sublocade and opioid treatment has significantly changed. It's been very accepted, and there's no longer this negative association because there are so many of the clients on it. There is not this stigma that, you know, you're defective in some way or there's a moral failing, and that's why you need to be on treatment. And we have seen significant improved outcomes as a result of this. So starting with overdose rates, so Sublocade is medication that binds very strongly to the receptors and allows very little interaction of other opioids. So the opioids that I give them to take, they take to deal with kind of stressful situations or out of habit when they would normally take their medication in situations where they're anxious or they have some increased pain due to an injury. It doesn't actually physically do a great deal for them, but mentally it is very important. It is a way for them to be in control, treat their symptoms, even though physically it doesn't make a big difference. That being said, because the Sublocade binds these receptors so well and doesn't get dislodged for a good month, if they use illicit opioids, even in high doses, the rates of overdose are almost zero. And in fact, in the 18 months, none of my clients who are on treatment have overdosed. One client thought he might have overdosed, but, you know, someone gave him naloxone, but he was probably just sleeping. And then, you know, a lot of the other clients commented on how like they used to have multiple admissions to emerge in a month, and now they've had none in the last like year and a half. So that is very encouraging because, as we know, there is the tainted supply of opioids in the form of fentanyl on the street, and there has been a great increase in death, as I mentioned at the beginning. So in addition to the overdose rates, I've also seen some more nuanced measures of social improvement, such as employment rates. So a number of my clients who were on social support have resumed work at this point. A lot of them were complaining about chronic pain before. So Sublocade itself does not treat chronic pain extremely well. It does have some effect on chronic pain, but what I found with a lot of these patients was that they were having opioid-induced pain. So with the Sublocade, over time, after taking a number of shots, their receptors kind of reset and their need for opioids went down and their pain went down. And then when they were stable on treatment with the Sublocade, then other treatments that were non-opioid could be reinitiated. A lot of these patients said they tried everything, but it didn't work. However, they tried it when they were in a state where they were variable with their opioid use. And so it was not very consistent and difficult to determine the efficacy. So for example, gabapentin and Lyrica work actually so much better for a lot of my clients who are on Sublocade, even things like anti-inflammatories and Cymbalta, medications like that have shown much better results on the Sublocade than without it. In addition, the rates of incarceration and just the rates of crime and calls to police have also decreased significantly in our community. St. Thomas is probably a very good place for us to study because it is a small enough community that, you know, we have one police force, we have one hospital that patients go to, and there are no other providers who are doing the same thing I'm doing, so that we can make some draw some conclusions from what we're doing based on what the patients are telling us. But there still needs to be a lot more research done to prove this. And as I alluded to, once people are on Sublocade and they're more stable, they're not always seeking more medications because of withdrawal, they have become much more accepting of the treatment of their mental health conditions, which in the past were kind of pushed on the back burner and not recognized as being the reason why they are having addictions or the reason why they are having problems with the legal system, etc. And finally, I've seen significant improvement in family reunification. You know, spouses who kind of accepted their partner back after the partner stopped drug use, you know, parents getting children back from CAS, etc. So there has been some very, very positive outcomes of this. But the big one for me was that the overdose rates with these clients is 0. So I guess in conclusion, what we've done is taken the harm reduction model, which is not new to anybody here. I mean, it's been around forever, and I'm sure so many practitioners are using it. But we combined that with how we medically treat opioid use disorder, which I don't believe is being done elsewhere, at least not in a very large scale. So it is a hybrid system where we are giving opioids, but it's different from the safer supply program that some communities have seen. In these programs, clinicians give pharmaceutical grade prescriptions of hydromorphone or other opioids in an attempt to prevent patients from purchasing illicit drugs. Now, without being on Sublocade, this becomes a very tricky endeavor. So I know that they all offer patients buprenorphine in the form of Suboxone or Sublocade, but The difficulty is that if patients know that they have the option of not taking this medication, they generally won't, even though, because the effects are not immediately apparent. The patients need to be on the medication for a few months to see the change in their lives before they can really make that conclusion. And so, yes, it's admirable that the Safer Supply program helps these clients not to use illicit drugs on the street, and as a result aren't being exposed to other chemicals such as benzodiazepines, methamphetamine, and variations of fentanyl that can be quite toxic. So this type of therapy has reduced the number of deaths. In the recent study, I saw that it did reduce overdose rates by about 25% in the treatment population that they had. However, that is far less than the near 100% reduction with Sublocade. And the other part of this is that with the program I'm presenting, there is much less investigating that you need to do with clients. They get on the injection, which is once a month. You know that it's going to be in their system for that whole month. It doesn't matter if they use other opioids. However, as I've seen that with Sublocade, cravings go down significantly, and even clients who do use other opioids still say that they are using maybe half as much as before. So in that sense, the Sublocade does prevent significant harms compared to just using illicit opioids. Because, as I said, patients admit that they're addicts, and if the goal is to prevent them from using any illicit drugs on the street, the amount of opioids that need to be supplied to them could be quite high. So as an example, I give 8 milligrams twice a day of hydromorphone, but reports from a clinic in London, which is the neighbor to us, patients report that they get 40 tablets of the same medication a day, which is far above the 90 milliequivalent of morphine that's considered safe. So in addition for the risk of overdose from that medication, there's the risk of the medications being misused or diverted to other people, especially people who are naive to opioids, and the risk of overdose in that group is quite high. And furthermore, we've seen in the last 20 years that the long-term effects of high-dose opioids are quite severe. Depression, decreased testosterone, dementia, teeth problems, osteoporosis, you name it, right? So yes, we are, with that program, they are preventing immediate overdose deaths. However, is it doing them benefit in the long term? So you're kind of trading short-term benefit, long-term benefit for short-term gain. So anyway, that is just my perspective on it. I'm sure, people have different opinions, and research will need to bear out, how effective these various treatments are. But I can definitely tell you from my experience that the benefits reported by clients on Sublocade are significant. The literature supports that. It's just a matter of getting patients to accept it and return for treatment, and using that incentive of having the 2 tablets a day of Dilaudid has worked quite well. Initially, a lot of the patients said, 2 a day, that's nothing. Why would I bother getting a shot for just 2 a day? And then they wouldn't come back for their second shot. But then a few months later, I see them back, and they go back in the program. They said, you know what? It actually was better. I didn't have to go out and get illicit drugs, which was kind of something that was not a pleasant experience. Even if I wanted to take 3 or 4 a day, having the 2 a day that was already in my possession was enough. I was able to kind of just ration it and use it so that I didn't have to go out and purchase. So that was very encouraging for me, because the end goal is that, we get them off the Dilaudid it's there as a kind of psychological tool, but eventually, you know, if they want to get off treatment, the first thing is that we start to wean down the hydromorphone, you know, to maybe just 4 milligrams twice a day, and then once a day. And then once they're off that, then we look at weaning down on the Sublocade. And, you know, treatment with Sublocade has been shown to be effective when it's used for over a year. So I tell my patients there's no rush. If they want to stay on Sublocade beyond a year, that's fine. What we look at are the social measures of health. And as long as those are good and their you know, quality of life is good, it doesn't matter if they're on treatment or not, right? So that is kind of up to them how they approach things. So the final, you know, thing I want to talk about is, you know, data collection and analytics. We are working on collecting data, you know, in terms of overdose rates presenting to the hospital, in terms of, you know, infectious disease rate, in terms of employment and, you know, social assistance and those various measures. So we would like to see how this treatment has affected our clients in our community. And hopefully we can present this data in a very objective way so that you know, it can be applied to other centers across North America and maybe the world. And that's all I have to say. I look forward to your questions later.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mai. As I said earlier, the question and answer function is open, and we'll return to questions for all 3 speakers in about 45 minutes, half hour, 45 minutes. So we'll carry on with Mike Viller, who will be speaking about the legalization of cannabis in Canada.
Okay.
Dr. Mai, we'll just need to get you to unshare your screen.
Okay. I'm going to talk about cannabis legalization in Canada. Is it a safe supply? And I really enjoyed Dr. Mai's presentation, and it prompts me to acknowledge right off the top that I think everybody knows that cannabis does not pose nearly the threat to life that opioids do. Nonetheless, there are still some issues that I think we need to be concerned about. So before I get into that, I am going to provide what I call my all-inclusive disclosure, which is that I have had no funding or have any affiliations or hold any stocks in any of these drug industries, legal or illegal. And I should also, I think, indicate that I've been an advocate for an end to cannabis criminalization for about half a century now. And that usually leads people to believe that I'm pretty enthusiastic about cannabis legalization. And to some extent I am, but I do have some concerns as well. And by the end of the presentation, you'll understand at least what some of those concerns are about. So let's also, before I get into it, just revisit briefly what the intent of cannabis legalization was, which was to replace a criminal enterprise with a law-abiding one that would provide safe product. And that prompts 2 questions that I'm going to cover in this presentation. First, is the legal cannabis industry law-abiding? And secondly, does it produce safe product? The first source of information I'm going to tap into is Health Canada's compliance and enforcement inspection reports. Health Canada conducts inspections of our legal licensed cannabis producers' production facilities. And in doing so, it identifies any violations of Health Canada's good production practices. And these violations are recorded somewhat euphemistically, I think, as observations. And there is also an overall rating for each site inspection visit that reflects the overall level of compliance. So the site visit is rated as either compliant or non-compliant. And there are minor, major, and critical observations. The critical observations are the ones that are most serious deviations or deficiencies of the Act or regulation. So they include fractions that are likely to increase the immediate risk of diversion of product to the illegal trade, or to prevent the detection of diversion, or to present an imminent health risk, or to involve the possibility of deliberate fraud, misinterpretation, or falsification of information. Now, I've bolded this last bullet because that one was not in the original set of criteria. It's something that was added after the first year, so probably provides us a bit of a clue of some of the conduct that the Health Canada inspectors were encountering during that first year. And then there are the major observations, which may increase the risk, and minor observations, which are less likely. So between April 2015 and March 2020, Health Canada conducted a little over 1,500 inspections of its licensed producers. And it logged 364 major and 256 critical regulatory infractions. So it's about 17% of the site visits received non-compliant ratings. There were also 32 seizures of product. And the worst year was 2019-20, when Health Canada seized 35 million grams of cannabis product, as well as 7,800 plants. Between 2015 and 2020, there were 3 production licenses that were suspended and then later reinstated. And there were 4 licenses that were suspended and later permanently revoked. So those companies are out of the cannabis industry. Between 2020 and 2021, things got a bit different because of the pandemic, and Health Canada was doing virtual inspections and managed to do 210. And still, interestingly, I think, managed to note 131 major and 9 critical observations. And that involved also, there was 14 non-compliant ratings, 2 seizures of product, and 1 license suspended. Another really interesting challenge, I think, for the future is that from 2020 to 2021, the number of license holders grew from about 250 to a little over 800. So for some producers, that means that the number of inspections decreased from having several a year to having none. The other source of information that I've accessed is Health Canada's recalls and safety alerts database. And I want to be clear that these are now products that have left the production facility and are now on the market, and through whatever set of circumstances are deemed unsafe. And the last time I did a search in this database was in June 2021. And at that time, I found 59 recalls since January 2014. And these were sometimes large amounts of product involving a variety of different product types and quite a few different licensed producers. So this problem is not just a few bad apples. This is an orchard blight. The product recalls involve things like packaging and labeling errors, faulty and contaminated product. There were 37 labeling and packaging errors, usually involving incorrect concentrations of THC or CBD. And the most common mistake was that the THC and CBD ratios were reversed. Now, it's only fair to say that some of the errors were pretty small and probably not that significant, but others were significant enough that they evoked complaints from customers. So for one example, from Aurora, there was a bottle labeled as THC sativa caps, but it was sent out in a box labeled as CBD caps. And that's a big difference for people who take their cannabis seriously. There were also 4 faulty products, 3 marijuana drug test kits, and a cannabis vape pen that heated up to the point that its plastic parts melted. There were 18 recalls for contaminated product, 7 involving mold, 6 for the use of and presence of unauthorized pesticides, and 4 for microbial or chemical contaminants. And there was another case that really we don't know what it was. The report just said it was issues with the company's production practices. But in all these cases, Health Canada advised the customers to immediately stop using the product. Now, one of the things that you notice when you go through the Health Canada reports is they don't really give you a lot of information, but every once in a while, a story will make it into the media and you get a bit more detail. So this is a case involving a Toronto company, Metrum, and it was also a matter of the use of illegal pesticides. And an employee went to journalists at the Globe and Mail and told them that Metrum had been using a banned pesticide for about 2 years and had been hiding the pesticide in the office ceiling tiles during Health Canada inspections. Health Canada has a zero tolerance for banned pesticides, and it's punishable by up to license suspension. But after the inspection and the dust settled on this, the only outcome for Metrum was that it had more frequent random inspections. Another pesticide case involved a New Brunswick licensed producer named Organogram, and some of its medical marijuana patients became ill from products they bought, and they were able to get a class action suit approved in 2019. However, in a subsequent hearing, the judge ruled that there is no evidence that there is a workable methodology to determine that the proposed adverse health effects claims have a common cause. And so the scope of the suit was reduced such that there could be no compensation for illness. However, in June of this year, Organogram offered to refund the cost of the products to the patients, plus cover some legal costs. And in August, a settlement of $2.3 million was approved by the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia. So why are some companies non-compliant? First of all, to be fair, the large-scale mass production of cannabis is not easy. The smaller craft growers tend to perform better, but it's not just that simple either. There's also seems to be a culture in some of these really large companies of assigning a low priority to following the regulations and legislation. And we've seen examples of a real cavalier disregard for the investment of shareholders and also for the well-being of patients and customers. So I'm going to shift gears a bit now and just explore some examples of some of those cases. In 2014, 2 companies, Tweed and Metrum, had been approved by Health Canada to purchase and transport unprocessed cannabis plants from illegal grow ops. And yes, that was legal in 2014 if it had been pre-approved by Health Canada. So these companies, what they did was they purchased 705,000 grams of not unprocessed cannabis plants, but ready for retail processed flower bud. That's illegal. And the Kelowna, BC airport notified the RCMP. Now, the RCMP seized the illegal shipment, and as they often do when they make a big drug bust, they began to prepare a press release. However, there was concern in Ottawa about embarrassment for Health Canada, which had authorized the shipment. But I think more importantly than that was that Tweed and Metrum had just become publicly traded companies, and there was concern about the harmful impact of such a press release on the stock values of the companies. So the RCMP was instructed to suppress the press release. And the companies, all they had to do really was just issue an explanation to their shareholders. So if the story was suppressed, how did it come to light? Well, someone must have tipped off a journalist at the National Post. And the journalist filed an access to information request and eventually received documents and published the story 5 years after it happened. And the RCMP were also more comfortable 5 years later of talking about the case a bit. And one spokesperson said that the press release from Tweed to its shareholders was a long way from what transpired and provided brutally misleading information about the seizure, and also expressed frustration that the RCMP had not been permitted at the time to respond with its own account of the story. Another licensed producer in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Bonify, bought 200 kilograms of cannabis from an illegal source and attempted to sell it on the legal market in Saskatchewan. Some employees, fearing their own culpability in all this, they went to management first. Management told them, just don't bother, go do your job, keep quiet. So the employees then went to Health Canada, and Health Canada conducted an inspection. And when the dust settled, Bonify's license was suspended and reinstated less than a year later. The investigation also determined that this was not an isolated case of legal companies purchasing from illegal ones. But in the end, no criminal charges were laid. Now, Bonify did struggle financially after this, and in August of last year announced that it was winding down operations. Now, this is another licensed cannabis company, CanTrust, locations in Ontario. And I took this screen grab from its website in early 2019, where it was trumpeting itself as a leading federally licensed provider of medical cannabis, winner of 7 Canadian Cannabis Awards in 2018, and including the top award, Licensed Producer of the Year. Well, things kind of went south for CanTrust after that. It found itself under joint investigation by the Ontario Securities Commission, the RCMP Financial Crime Program, and the Ontario Provincial Police Anti-Rackets Branch. So what happened following some investigation was that CanTrust had bought illegal seed and then grew over 1,000 plants in unregistered greenhouses, which it then sold on the legal market, and had concealed the illegal plants from Health Canada inspection. So an employee, again, fearing his own risk in all this, notified Health Canada, and the licenses were suspended and then reinstated less than a year later. And for obvious reasons, the company changed its name to FINA. Now, there was something quite unprecedented in the CanTrust case. 3 of the executives faced criminal charges, but not for any of the Cannabis Act violations, but for financial crimes, including fraud, insider trading, and authorizing, permitting, or acquiescing in the commission of an offense. And that trial was actually scheduled to begin in October of this year. And I apologize, I've been meaning to sort of look into it to see where it was at, but I just haven't had time. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks. A little bit of comedic relief with this story. This is a US company called CEN Biotech, and it was hoping to open a cannabis production facility here in Canada, and had reached the final stage of Health Canada's 7-stage approval process. It had passed Health Canada's site inspection and RCMP scrutiny. However, Health Canada had already provided a warning to the company for issuing misleading statements to its investors, but there was no follow-up by Health Canada on that, and the company continued its misrepresentation. But eventually it came to light again and became sufficiently serious that Health Minister at the time, Rona Ambrose, referred the matter back to RCMP for further investigation. Well, at this point, things got really weird. CEN Biotech continued to mislead its investors, saying that it had already been approved by Health Canada and that the CEO personally knew the Canadian Health Minister and had attended a barbecue at her home. None of that was true. And then it was found that the company's contact person listed in its application actually didn't exist. And when confronted on this, the company explained, and this was their explanation, that the name of the fictitious individual was a nom de plume, akin to McDonald's restaurant's use of its Ronald McDonald character. And at the same time, the CEO of the company was taking exception to the Canadian government scrutiny and was publicly wondering whether Canada was communist. The company's application was rejected. So I don't usually include social media posts in my presentation, but this is one that I thought resonated so well with what my research was showing that I thought it earned a spot. This gentleman is saying, I have worked in the legal side of cannabis for many years and in the black market of cannabis many years. In my experience, there are more shady people in the legal market than the black market. It's amazing what you can get away with legally nowadays. Now, I hope you'll forgive me for this, but I'm so excited about this. I can finally tell you about my book is finally going to be available. It's called Buzzkill, The Corporatization of Cannabis, published by Black Rose Books in Montreal and the University of Chicago Press. And I said at the beginning that the presentation would let you know some of the concerns I have about legalization. This tells you all of them, and it's available for pre-order now. And if you're interested in that kind of social policy stuff, you might also be interested in my website. There's a lot of more general drug policy stuff there. You can sign up for an e-newsletter, which I send out, well, it's kind of whenever I feel like it, I guess. I also pose a lot of drug policy content on my Twitter account, and I'm always happy to receive emails. If you think of a question next week, please don't hesitate to get in touch. And we'll have questions at the end. That's all for me. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we will continue on with Amory Armour, who will speak about the use of psilocybin in treatment.
Okay, I'm just trying to unshare. Oh, there we go. Stop share. Okay.
Thank you. So I will just share my screen here. All right. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm really honored to be here. I'm actually really grateful that I got to follow both of those presentations, as Dr. Mai really laid out a great overview of some of the treatments that the folks I'll be speaking about have tried. And I really appreciated his acknowledgement of trauma often being at the root of substance use disorders. And Mike, your presentation was really great to follow as well, because as I'll be speaking about psilocybin therapy, we can learn a lot from what hasn't worked with the legalization of cannabis. And I hope that everyone in policy takes that into consideration. So my name is Anne-Marie, and I'm presenting on psilocybin-assisted therapy, a potential treatment option for people living with substance use disorders. First, I'd like to acknowledge that although psilocybin is being spoken about in the media as an innovative treatment option, Indigenous communities around the world have been healing with psilocybin and other consciousness-altering plant medicines for centuries. and that the entire field of psychedelic assisted therapy and research would not exist without the wisdom and teachings of Indigenous knowledge keepers. And if anyone has the time to read about Maria Sabina, she's most well known for her work with sacred mushroom ceremonies, and her life and village was actually devastated after she welcomed some Westerners into a ceremony. So today I've decided that rather than speaking about the current research that's happening, it would be more impactful for me to share some personal stories that have been shared in confidence with me by some individuals who have pursued this treatment, as well as their therapists. And I just wanted to put this slide up for a moment to show you that psilocybin is being researched for substance use disorders. And if anyone would like to take a quick screenshot here, these are just a few studies that might interest you and help substantiate some of the stories I'm sharing today. So some of you might be wondering what psilocybin is. It's a naturally occurring compound found in over 200 species of fungi. It's known for its psychedelic and consciousness altering effects, and it can be produced synthetically in a lab, which is how it's used in clinical trials, and there is no known lethal dose. So for transparency, the legal status of psilocybin in Canada currently, it is a Schedule III substance. Health Canada has approved 3 pathways for access. These are clinical trials, the Special Access Program, SAP, and Section 56 exemptions from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I don't have enough time to speak to this right now, but please feel free to ask. I can expand on any of these during the Q&A. For substance use disorders specifically, Health Canada has not approved access through the Special Access Program or Section 56 exemptions. Their reasoning is that there is not enough research right now. And as far as I'm aware, the only 2 conditions that have been approved through the SAP and Section 56 for psilocybin are end-of-life distress and major depressive disorder. So in my personal practice, I work with Health Canada approved patients, and I will help patients liaise with their physicians to get those applications in. And then I also provide integration support to those who are using psilocybin and psychedelics outside of the legal context as a harm reduction measure. And I personally do not promote the illegal use of psilocybin. So psilocybin-assisted therapy, this is just a really brief overview, and I'd love to expand on it in the Q&A as well, but it's the typical treatment protocol involves preparatory sessions. So these are regular talk therapy sessions where the client does not ingest psilocybin, and there's generally a co-therapy team. So 2 therapists are there. They help the client set their intention for healing, builds trust and rapport, and prepare the client to have an experience in an altered state of consciousness. The main premise here is that we all have our own inner healing intelligences, and with the support of the psilocybin, being in an altered state, clients can access that inner wisdom, and the therapists are really just there to hold a safe space for the client to do that. After the preparatory sessions, usually a minimum of 3 spaced a week apart, there's a psilocybin treatment session. And this is where the client has an opportunity to have their inner experience in the altered state of consciousness. The goal is to remove external stimuli. So they generally wear eye shades and listen to music through headphones. And that's a full day experience. The psilocybin is active for around 4 to 6 hours. So it's a full day there with the client. And following the psilocybin treatment session, there are integration sessions, and these are regular psychotherapy sessions really focused on helping the client make sense of their psilocybin experience, integrating insights that came through that day into their daily life. And this is the really important opportunity to do the intensive therapy, perhaps that the client wasn't able to do prior to the experience. So what do clients experience? Again, you can go and read what's available online in the research, but I thought I would share a few themes that I've seen with some folks that I've worked with. So it's also important to say that every psilocybin experience looks differently. So there's no way to perfectly prepare someone for what's going to happen. And the same person could do psilocybin multiple times and have a completely different experience. But some themes I have seen include mystical type experiences. This is where the client feels a universal oneness, acceptance of all that is, and feeling connected to something greater. The realization that our consciousness exists beyond our human experience, and this generally leads to an acceptance of death. And that is why this treatment, one of the reasons why this treatment has been very effective for those living with end-of-life distress. Accessing and potentially releasing past traumas and repressed emotions. So during the psilocybin session, it's not always pretty and pleasant. It can be really intense and challenging. And that's what we do in the preparatory sessions, is prepare clients for, any past traumas that are stuck inside that they haven't dealt with, specifically, anything that's kind of, it's kept in the unconscious. That barrier is removed with the help of the psilocybin, and anything can surface. So during the session, the therapists are really there to support the client if it is challenging. And seeing oneself and others from new perspectives, commonly leading to increased self-awareness, conscientiousness, empathy, and forgiveness of self and others. So I learned a lot from my time working in Vancouver's downtown east side, and I just want to acknowledge the absolute honor and privilege I had being invited into that community. And unlike many people who I presume are watching today, who maybe get a snapshot of these residents, drug users, maybe in the criminal justice system or in a treatment program, I had the opportunity in those 7 years to work for a variety of agencies. So I was supporting folks in safe injection sites, I was supporting in shelters, I was supporting in abstinence-based treatment programs, and I really had this holistic view of these humans, and they're just some of the most amazing people that I have learned from, and I'm forever grateful for my time there. So in 2017, I was working full-time in a detox program in the downtown east side. And I also started working then for a psychedelic research organization called the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, MAPS Canada. And the word got out in the community pretty quickly. And I was literally bombarded daily by residents of the downtown east side begging for access to psychedelic assisted therapy. At that time, MAPS was just fundraising and we were educating the public. So it was really heartbreaking to have to tell these community members that there was no access now, but please hold on to hope that something was coming, that new treatments were coming. And many of these community members had tried other treatment options, nothing had helped them. And then they did their research and heard about psychedelics and really thought it resonated and could be the answer. And for others, many others, they had their own personal stories of how they use psychedelics, including psilocybin, usually in recreational settings, and were surprised that they had reduced cravings and withdrawal symptoms and better moods. And they really thought that having access to using psilocybin in a therapeutic setting with trained professionals could be life-changing. So again, I just encourage them to hold on to hope that these treatments were coming available. And many of those residents who approached me personally have since died of the toxic drug supply and overdoses, and they absolutely deserved better. So in 2020, I completed my master's practicum and then later worked for Therasil, a Victoria, BC-based nonprofit coalition helping Canadians access legal psilocybin-assisted therapy for end-of-life distress. At the time I worked there, we were using the Section 56 exemption as the route. And as I supported the patient intake team, I was involved with screening and assessing clients to make sure they were safe to have a psilocybin experience. And we used the assessment tools from Johns Hopkins University and the research they had done with psilocybin. Around 80% of the people who reached out to Therasil, to the intake team for access to psilocybin, didn't meet criteria for end-of-life distress. They actually were living with other mental health and substance use disorders. And it was once again heartbreaking to have to tell these individuals that they were not currently able to receive Section 56 exemptions and would have to wait for clinical trials. And many of those people, again, shared their personal stories of how they were self-medicating with psilocybin and how it was helping them treat their mental health and substance use disorders. And so between my time in the downtown east side and my time at Theracil, I have heard hundreds of personal stories. And that's how I'm so lucky to be able to share 3 of those stories with you today from people who are really eager to share their successes. So interestingly, the second patient that I had the opportunity to provide the co-therapy for, who received an exemption for end-of-life distress, at the time he was in remission from cancer, but still experiencing his debilitating anxiety that he had ever since that diagnosis, and he was granted an exemption by Health Canada. Interestingly, he also identified as an alcoholic. And the day after his treatment, he told my co-therapist and I that he had no desire to use alcohol the night following his treatment. We talked again in a month, and he shared that he still had not used alcohol, and that after having experienced himself in an expanded state of consciousness on the psilocybin, it no longer made any sense for him to dull his experience with alcohol. And I did call him yesterday just to follow up and see how he was doing before this presentation. And he proudly told me that it's been 14 months since his session. He still has not used alcohol. And simply put, he said, the alcohol was an effective tool to manage my pain. The psilocybin helped me get in touch with that pain. It didn't cure it, but I was able to do the work after the psilocybin session. And yeah, the alcohol is simply no longer needed. And he wanted to share today that anyone out there who is self-medicating with substances, we need to be looking at what the pain is underneath it all. So this brings me to my 3 case reports of psilocybin-assisted therapy for the treatment of opioid use disorder. And all of the people that I'll be speaking about today have given their consent for me to share their information, and their therapists have also provided consent, and I have changed the names. So case report 1 is Evan, a 26-year-old male who first used opioids at age 18 as prescribed for a physical injury. He supplemented his medication with heroin to manage high levels of pain, realized he was addicted when his injury healed and his prescription ended. He lived with opioid use disorder for 8 years, often homeless in the downtown east side, and had frequent involvement with the criminal justice system. He tried various opioid agonist therapies, including methadone, Suboxone, Cadian, and Sublocade. He attended detox over 30 times, residential addiction treatment 6 times, various community support groups, and counseling. So Evan sought psilocybin-assisted therapy after noticing benefits from recreational use and learning about current research. He felt immediate benefits during the session, stating, "I have more control over my life than I realized, and I am never going to use again." Shortly after his treatment, he secured new safe housing and returned to the workforce, and he quickly received a promotion and was relocated to work in another province and had a fresh new start. He reports that the psilocybin experience gave him his life back, and his suddenly changed life circumstances allowed him to maintain lasting benefits. So this is really a best case scenario here. A quote from Evan, 10 months post-treatment, "This therapy was the most life-altering and beautiful experience of my life. I cried the whole time, tears of joy streaming down my face. It's not like a cure, but it does change your perspective on everything. The way I look at my life now, I'm not so much of a victim. I get to take care of my mom now instead of her being up all night traumatized by my addiction. I'm still not perfect, but I am able to catch my old stuff coming up and nip it in the bud. I can see when old behaviors are starting to come back, and I feel in control enough to make different choices. I'm so grateful." So Evan today, he is abstinent from opioids. It's been 11 months. He independently came off his Sublocade medication. That's been 9 months. And I just want to give out a shout out to Dr. Mai. Evan did personally tell me that Sublocade was the first medication he tried that made him not feel like he was, his words was, a junkie. And he said he really did feel like he got his life back. And I have no doubt that that was helpful leading up to his psilocybin therapy. He's working full time. He feels a sense of purpose through work and reconnecting with family. He still experiences challenges in life and thinks another psilocybin session would be beneficial. And he feels grateful every day for his experience and new start on life. Next, we have Sam, a 41-year-old male who first used opioids at age 20 in a recreational setting. He lived with opioid use disorder for 21 years, severe depression for 11 years, and was often homeless in the downtown East Side and had repeated involvement with the criminal justice system. He tried various opioid agonist therapies, including methadone, Suboxone, Cadian, and MS-Lon, as well as antidepressants and mood stabilizers. He attended detox over 30 times, residential addiction treatment over 10 times, various community support groups, recovery housing programs, and counseling. Sam gave up all hope in healing from his addiction in 2017 and became actively suicidal and intent on devising and carrying through with a plan to end his life. So Sam sought psilocybin therapy after noting benefits from recreational use and learning about current research. He did not observe any noticeable benefits for the first 2 months post-treatment and continued using street fentanyl. 2 months later, he felt that his brain reprogrammed itself over the course of several nights, waking up one day feeling spiritually renewed with no desire to use fentanyl. He felt compelled to make amends with people from his past he had neglected and hurt throughout his addiction, and he did not experience any environmental changes post-treatment. He returned to his recovery housing where his neighbors were still using drugs, and he was living on his low-income disability benefits. Quote from Sam, "I can't properly capture the magic in words. I've been given a clean slate and a fresh start. The thoughts that were holding my head underwater are gone, and furthermore, they've been replaced with curiosity and eagerness, the likes of which I haven't known since I was a child. A week ago, I was certain that my life was long over. I was just trying to figure out how to finalize that for the rest of the world to know. But today I feel like my life is just beginning. As of today, I haven't touched hard drugs or thought about suicide in 2 weeks, and I quit smoking 2 days ago. I continue to feel like a new person in how I interact with my neighbors and community." And this quote was taken, actually, he wrote about his experience 2 weeks post his treatment. So these are his exact words. And today, so Sam has maintained abstinence for 2 months post-session, and which started 2 months after the session. And he ended up using again 2 months later. He said he felt overwhelmed by life responsibilities that he had been ignoring for the 21 years of addiction. For example, he mentioned, he needed pretty serious dental work that really scared him. And for all those years in addiction, he didn't have to deal with it. So just feeling that stuff coming back to the surface now was really challenging for him, and he did use again. But he noted that when he used, it didn't do what it used to for him and wasn't hard to stop. He does still continue to use periodically and says this is out of habit and boredom. He recently secured new independent housing and has engaged in some temp work, and he does still experience some depression, but no longer feels suicidal. And he believes the psilocybin experience did save his life. And then lastly, we have Keith, a 40-year-old male who first used opioids at age 28 as prescribed for a physical injury. He became dependent on illicit street supply of opioids when his prescription was cut off with no ability to be refilled and no option for tapering down. He has lived with opioid use disorder for 12 years, and he tried opioid agonist therapies, including methadone and Suboxone, and he attended an individual counseling and a 30-day residential addiction treatment program in November. So Keith sought psilocybin-assisted therapy after his mom learned about the current research and encouraged him to try it. He noticed immediate benefits the day of the session, stating he didn't have an urge to go and use for the first time in over a decade. He felt a renewed sense of meaning and hope in his life that had been missing for the past 12 years. Post-treatment, he felt compelled to apologize to his family and friends for all he had put them through during his addiction. He did not experience any changes to his environment post-treatment, returned to his same housing and job. So 1 week post-treatment, Keith said, "Immediately after my session, the monkey on my back that used to say go use was completely gone. This is the first time in years that I want to get up in the morning without feeling angry. Most of the time, I never wanted to get out of bed. I feel strong, like I can overcome the need to use. My mom said that I seem more relaxed and happy, and that my hearty laugh returned that she hadn't heard in years. She said that I am a changed person, more of the person she remembered. I feel like I can face anything. This is the strongest I have felt in 10 to 15 years, to be honest. This therapy 100% saved my life. So Keith, I had a chat with him yesterday, and he said that he has used twice since his treatment, but does not consider those to be relapses, as he used out of curiosity and did not enjoy the experience and was able to stop. He's working full time and he's still living with family and saving up for his own apartment. He has been abstinent for the past 2.5 months and says he has no intention of using again and feels hopeful. He is still learning to deal with life struggles and thinks another psilocybin session would be beneficial in the future. So some key takeaways from these 3 reports. First of all, psilocybin is not a magic bullet cure. There is a lot of hard work required afterwards. And it's really hard to compare these cases due to the lack of controlled variables, essentially everything but life circumstances and the co-therapy teams. But what we can learn a lot from Evan's experience, and for optimal results, we should look at positive changes to the environment post-treatment, not sending people with substance use disorders back into their old community, well, not necessarily communities, but maybe housing that's unsafe or where people are still using, or there might be triggers. Safe and stable housing, income security, a sense of community and healthy support network, activities, goals that promote meaning and purpose, and a strong desire by the individual to heal and break old habits. And what's next for Canada? I encourage you all to watch out for, support, and fund clinical trials in your community. In April, $3 million was announced that's going to be used for psilocybin research for psilocybin-assisted therapy for mental health and substance use disorders. And $1 million of that funding is designated specifically for substance use disorders. If you're so interested, you can support TheraPsil's Charter Challenge to legalize therapeutic psilocybin for patients in medical need and visit their website there. And I just want to acknowledge that vulnerable Canadians will continue to seek this treatment outside of legal contexts. And although the 3 individuals I reported on today had positive experiences, as long as psilocybin is not a legal and accessible treatment, it does increase the potential for harm for the folks accessing it when it is happening underground. And there's also a lack of professional accountability. And that's all from me. Thank you.
So if I can just take a few moments just to thank Mike, Anne Marie, and Dr. Mai. Those are all 3 very divergent but similar presentations that I've certainly learned a lot, and really, really thank you for your insights and wisdom in bringing these things forward. So we don't have a ton of time for questions, and it looks like the questions that did come up, there's one question around psilocybin. Is it suitable for individuals who are on Suboxone? Maybe this is a joint question for Dr. Mai and Anne Marie, or are not using anything other than opioids. So I guess it's kind of a question around concurrent use. And I wonder if either one of you might want to comment on that.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I can give just a little bit that I know. So suitable for individuals who are on Suboxone. So I had the opportunity to speak with some researchers at the University of Wisconsin, and they are starting a study for psilocybin for opioid and stimulant use, and Suboxone was the medication of choice that they said seemed to be the safest. I can't speak to why they said that, but that's currently being researched. So unfortunately for psilocybin questions, I can't answer anything conclusively as it's still being researched. And then I can speak to Evan's experience that he was on Sublocade at the time. And the other 2, I believe, were on Cadian and Methadone. So actually 3 different options there between the folks I presented on. And I'm not sure, Dr. Mai, if you have any thoughts.
Well, I have not read any research specifically about, psilocybin and the receptors and how it's processed in the body, but I can tell you that buprenorphine, the medication in Sublocade and Suboxone, has the fewest interactions with other medications. So a lot of patients who are on methadone who need other medications like heart medications, antipsychotics, so forth. We try to get them off of methadone onto buprenorphine because it has such fewer side effects and interactions. So potentially, of all the different opioids, it would be the best choice. The fact that the patients who are on Cadian, which is a traditional opioid, and methadone would probably pose a greater risk for them than the buprenorphine.
And my next question, actually, Dr. Mai, that came up in your presentation that was very analogous for the work that I do, working with young people, predominantly with psychotic illnesses. One of the tools that we often have in Ontario, we have something that's called a community treatment order. So these are for people who are at particularly high risk, where it's essentially kind of mandated treatment for people. And in your presentation, it was very analogous to long-acting injectables, which are antipsychotic medications that are offered through an injection and are often a part of those CTOs. And I wondered if you might be able to comment on the idea of maybe mandating care, so more of a stick than a carrot, that might have been kind of the approach so far, but in terms of mandating care for people who are at particular high risk for either harm to themselves or to others.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think very relevant to this audience. So, I've been working with the judge about drug treatment court, and I do think that, that would be a great opportunity to initiate people. I mean, it is a stick, but it is a bit of a carrot too. I mean, they have the option of jail time or considering a drug treatment, right? And so if that is an option and it's well explained, it might be a very good option, because just like the long-acting injectables for antipsychotics, initially there's a lot of resistance, but after a patient's been on it for a while and they see the benefits and they see that there is not that continual variability in their behavior, they really appreciate it. And I like the idea of using it at that moment when they have the choice to, get back into the community and to try it, because it's a 30-day trial. I mean, they can stop using it afterwards and their options go back to what they would have chosen. But I think it would have a significant impact on a lot of clients, and a lot of them would probably be happy after they had a chance to try it.
And I think to that end, like building that insight, I think is a really key part. And ideally with CTOs, they're to be renewed every 3 or every 6 months. But the hope is eventually people get well enough to build that insight to know that that's a part of their care. So, Mike, one of the questions I had for you that came up is there seemed to be, in Canada we had this, and for those of you in the States, in Canada, one of the big sells of cannabis legalization was specifically around, we're getting, the drugs off the street and, kneecapping organized crime. And there seemed to be a lot of gray, that it's not quite as black and white as it might seem. And I wondered if you might be able to speak, again, knowing that a lot of the audience will come from the legal side of the equation, around where organized crime kind of was and maybe is, 4 years or so post legalization.
Right. Yeah, I think it's an interesting issue. You'll remember in the year or so leading up to legalization, we heard an awful lot about how the illegal, unlicensed trade in cannabis was dangerous, organized crime figures, and they're going to expose our kids to other kinds of drugs and to other kinds of crime. And that was a pretty prominent theme. And that kind of information might be true for things like fentanyl and cocaine, heroin, perhaps crystal meth, but there's reason to challenge that for cannabis. There was a Canadian Department of Justice report that looked at cannabis cultivation cases and found that only 5% of them had any connection at all with organized crime. And if you go to the Public Prosecution Service of Canada annual reports, they talk about organized crime involvement with, again, heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, so forth, but it's negligible with cannabis. So that really seemed to be something that was really blown out of proportion to sort of make people feel good and better about legalization. So it's, sorry, oh, right, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's that. The other thing is that I think really makes it interesting is since legalization, the RCMP has been saying, well, you know, actually there's a lot of licenses being issued by Health Canada that are ending up in possession of organized crime. And there was some journalists, 2 different groups of journalists in Quebec that looked into this and went through massive amounts of documents and found that, yes, actually that has happened. And at the time of some of the Senate hearings on cannabis legalization, there was some expert testimony saying that there's these legal devices called trusts, and so cannabis licenses can be granted through these trusts, which can actually hide the identity of the ultimate holder of the license. And that is exactly what the journalists turned up in their investigation. And so now, of course, you know, the federal government, they continue to deny this. The RCMP and the journalists are, you know, sort of also entrenched in their position saying, no, we've got the evidence. So that's sort of what I know on it. It's an interesting issue.
Great. And maybe I'll pass one more question to you, Anne Marie, just as we'll hand it over to Kim to wrap things up. You know, kind of building on what Mike was saying, you know, around cannabis. So I work with youth with mental illness and cannabis. There was a lot of talk around, you know, when this cannabis is good for you, it's you know, it's a natural product, these sorts of things. And particularly with our guys, that there is a huge risk associated with cannabis use, and particularly those young people with psychotic disorders. And I wondered if you could speak, because we're hearing kind of a lot of the same things that, you know, microdosing or psilocybin therapies, like these are good. They're good for everyone, and everyone should benefit from them. And I'm wondering if you could speak to, you know, who this might not be useful for, or who might be at risk with this, and you know, kind of what that treatment might look like, you know, maybe why that might not be helpful for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we definitely need more research to have to know this for sure. But currently, what I can say, just based on the Johns Hopkins screening that we used at Therasil, we were screening out for anybody with a history of psychosis, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and also just like some contraindicated medications. Really have to be careful. And yeah, it's interesting because there are anecdotal reports out there of people saying, like, I've used psilocybin and I had bipolar diagnosis, or I've had a diagnosis of psychosis and it was helpful to me, but there's just not enough evidence yet for that to be safe to be, like, it's not going to be approved through Health Canada anytime soon for those conditions. I can speak to, though, a program that was happening in the downtown east side, a microdosing grassroots program. And I heard from a lot of individuals there who told me their own experience. One woman with schizophrenia, she said if she tried to use a high dose of psilocybin, it just was not pleasant for her. The emotions were far too strong. She couldn't manage them, but microdosing actually was really helpful in her experience. Interestingly, she shared that the voices that normally told her to harm herself actually they were still present, but they told her to be nice to herself and love herself. So that was just a really interesting example. But in my work, I definitely, have to stick with those screeners, and hopefully more research comes, because there are also people that argue that possibly the people who need this the most are getting screened out. So it's a complicated topic. Yeah, that's the best
Absolutely. And I think all three talks today really highlighted the fact that we're learning a lot, but there's still a lot we still need to learn.
Yeah.
And certainly ways to go. But that being said, I think we're pretty much out of time. So I wanted to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to enlighten us and to share your wisdom. And I'll pass it over to Kim to wrap us up.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. Dr. Mai, Mike, Anne-Marie, Brian, we really appreciate it. You've given us a ton to think about. and really looking at things in a completely different way than our system has ever looked at them before. So it's really exciting as a clinician. So thank you. And for everybody else, I hope you'll join us again tomorrow for the final day of our annual conference. Tomorrow, the morning, we'll focus on peers and a recovery support model. And then the afternoon, we have a really interesting speaker, Carrie Gladue, who's a second-generation residential school survivor. Will speak about his inspiring story of addiction, mental health, as well as his upbringing in the foster care and justice system. He's a graduate of the Calgary Drug Treatment Court and hopes to use his story to help others. So thank you all again, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right.